Please.
Good morning, everyone.
Your Honor.
All right, let's get started.
Next County Superior Court is now in session. May be seated.
Your Honor, for the record, we're on the FTR recording system. It is operational. I would call for the record civil action 1780CV033 Patrick Buchanan et al. Versus the town of Greenfield et al.
All right, good morning. I understand someone wishes to address the scheduling issue.
Yes, Your Honor. Yesterday when we spoke, I had said Joanne Buchanan would appear as a witness, and she is not appearing, but I had failed to identify Sergeant McCarthy, who's been on the witness list.
I was wondering whether or not he was going to be making an appearance.
So I just want to bring that to the
All
court.
right, so let me just back up half step. She is not appearing as a witness?
She will not be appearing, Your Honor.
Oh, okay, fine. So I think that probably keeps us on schedule, though. And when do you anticipate Sergeant McCarthy?
I will confer with Attorney Keston, but not today, I don't believe.
Right, okay. All right, so I did receive the defendant's proposed jury instruction. I have not had a chance to look at it. And I do need to get your proposed joint verdict slip, I would suggest, by tomorrow, okay? So end of the day tomorrow. I'm going to let the jurors know what our revised schedule is, but I'm going to wait until the end of the morning session so that they're not focused on what am I doing here, okay? And we'll see what happens. And I'm simply going to tell them what the revised schedule is that we anticipate, or that you all anticipate, that I will be charging them at some point on Tuesday, okay, that the case will go to them for their deliberations. At that point in time, they'll deliberate through Wednesday, and then we will suspend their deliberations until Monday, okay? While certainly I can have another judge here during their deliberations, I'm not going to do that in this case. If there's a question that arises, as inevitably there are, I truly need to be here. And we'll see what happens. You know, I'm just going to tell them that as always, they are free to let the court officer know if they wish to speak with me. I believe that one of our jurors, I could be wrong here, but one of them, I think, said he was starting a new job on Monday. So we may hear from him. And I believe that was the juror
Seat 5.
in seat 5. So, but I'm going to wait until just before 1 o'clock to spring that on them, and we'll see where it goes. Okay? Yes, Attorney Keston, I'm listening.
Sir, by agreement, and thanks to the courtesy of plaintiff's counsel, we're going to be calling Chief Pomeroy Friday at 9, out of order.
Okay, that's fine. So that's fine, and he is that then will be before you rest.
Correct.
And he's your witness. I'll explain to him that we sometimes do that, and that's perfectly acceptable.
Thank you.
So, okay,
we're
great.
Do him first thing. I mean, that's the agreement. Is at 9 a.m. we'll put him on and get him off.
That's
He's a
fine.
short witness, although he's a tall person.
Oh, is this the one? No, I think you referred to him as a big man, which coming from someone who is a small man, I thought was awfully odd that you even had a need to say that. But
I'm not
I
used
did.
to looking up at people. I
Yeah.
look up at him. He's about 6'6".
However, counsel wishes to present themselves to the members of the jury is his business.
Thank you.
So, all right, very well. So, Chief, good morning, sir. You can retake the stand. Let's bring in the jury, okay?
Officer Buchanan. Jury entry. Hampshire County Superior Court is now in session. Please be seated.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had a great afternoon. And thanks again for your patience this morning as we readied for today's trial, which will go once again till 3:15. And again, I appreciate your accommodating our schedule in that regard. Has anything come to your attention which has affected your abilities to remain fair, to remain impartial? Seeing and hearing no affirmative responses, we'll return to the cross-examination of Chief Hague. Attorney Keston.
Thank you. Get any sleep last night?
Not a lot.
What happened?
City council happened.
How long were you at the city council?
I was there for a period of time, and then I had to go on and watch and comment back and forth with the mayor until about 2.
When we left off, I believe we were at the point where you wanted to conduct an investigation of the complaints brought by the night shift officers.
I'm not 100% sure what shifts, but yes.
About Sergeant Buchanan.
Correct.
And you talked to an attorney.
I did.
And were advised to do it outside because you're being sued.
That's correct.
And who selected the investigator? Did I give you any advice as to who to select?
No.
And who did you select?
APD, which is Alfred Donovan.
And who, were you aware of his background?
Yes.
What was it?
Retired chief, was doing private investigation type of work for police departments.
Do you remember who suggested his name?
Not off the top of my head, but I believe it was the Chicopee police chief that gave me his phone number.
And Al Donovan is the former Tewksbury police chief.
I'm not sure.
Now, when you got those written complaints from the various officers about Pat Buchanan, you had come back from something, as I recall? Well, let's just remember, your deposition was taken twice by Mr. Ryan,
Yes.
and he asked you questions about this.
Yes.
And did you come back from something when you received these complaints?
I believe I was at a conference.
And where did you find these complaints?
When I came back, I believe they were in my mailbox in an envelope.
Okay, if you take a look, I think we've teed up do you call them two-froms, by the way?
I haven't referred to them as that since the academy, but
Some departments, as you know. So you don't. You call it memo. What do you call it?
letter, memo.
Letter.
I haven't referred to it as a to from since I was in the academy.
All depends where you are. If you take a look at the one from Jason Haskins, you have that in front of you?
Yes.
And we just put it up. Jurors can read anytime they like. And Haskins at that point was a sergeant,
Provisional sergeant.
provisional sergeant, as was Pat Buchanan at the time.
I believe Sergeant Haskins may be permanent at that point. He was a permanent sergeant.
He was appointed as a result of the 2015 assessment.
That's correct.
So by 18, he was a permanent sergeant for about 3 years.
Sounds about right.
18 minus 15 is 3, I think. So, okay. So, he relayed complaints from the dispatchers, the second paragraph, right?
Yes.
Go to the next page.
Which tab are you on, please?
Sorry, on
48.
Thank you.
tab 48 of number 2.
Great, thank you.
Exhibit 4.
Of Exhibit 4. Do you have it, John?
page 34 of the
You have it?
document.
Yeah, I've got a thing. You have just, council can remember to identify what tab you're looking at. That would be great for the record. Thank you.
Take a look at the second page, the lower paragraph, Attorney Keston, if you could allow the jurors to read it if they want to. This was a complaint. But we get at the bottom where there's an allegation Sergeant Buchanan basically intimidated Officer Merrigan. Oh, by the way, it's Officer Merrigan from the Merrigan clan into which you married?
Yes.
Let's just go to the. We go to, not numbered, to the fourth page, begins other sergeants. See that?
Yes.
And second paragraph at the bottom, there's complaints by Officer Soto. And what ethnic background did you perceive Officer Soto to be?
He was of Hispanic descent.
We go towards the bottom where it says where Sergeant Haskins writes, I told Sergeant Buchanan that I was going to be completely honest with him, and then when I was new, I worked with him on the overnight shift where he was most often the officer in charge, and was told by Sergeant Bobet, effectively the sergeant, when Sergeant Bobet was not there, that he was incredibly difficult to work with, and that quite frankly I thought he was an asshole. He was very demeaning and refused to help on calls, that he would stand back with his arms crossed and just watch you do the work, which once out of the FTO program just made him appear to be lazy, uncooperative, and unfriendly. He responded by stating, it's just the way I am, and once people get to know me, they understand.
Is that a question?
Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So, did you do any investigation of these complaints?
No.
Okay, you turned them over to Chief Donovan,
I did.
and then you got the report, which we talked about before, that he sustained some of the complaints.
Yes, he did.
While the investigation was ongoing, did you have reason to return then Provisional Sergeant Buchanan to his civil service position as patrolman?
Yes.
Please tell us on the jurors exactly why you did that.
We were short on patrol staff. We needed more line folks that were answering calls because we were short-staffed in that position.
And did you tell Provisional Sergeant Buchanan why you were doing it?
I did.
Was that, was you returning him to patrolman in any way punitive?
No.
Was it in any way related to the report?
No.
Then subsequently, you got the report from Chief Donovan. As a result of which, what action did you take?
I issued a letter of reprimand for those sustained findings that Chief Donovan references in the report.
And a letter of reprimand is something that the union can appeal?
That is correct.
Actually, they agree, right? The process is if a patrolman or a sergeant, you have two unions, right? Patrolman's union, superior officers.
That is correct.
And the superior officers union covers just lieutenants?
Sergeants and lieutenants.
Sergeants and lieutenants. Patrolman's a patrolman. So if a patrolman wants to file a grievance, he or she goes through their union.
Correct.
And the union's obligated to file.
Correct.
And somebody on behalf of the union signs it.
Correct.
In the case of the letter of reprimand, then Patrolman Buchanan did not read it.
No.
Subsequently, there was another hiring process outside of civil service.
That's correct.
How did the town, do you call it a town or a city?
It's now a city.
Okay. How did the city of Greenfield go about getting the police department out of civil service?
Excuse me. It had been something that I had been working on since I arrived. It was a discussion I had with the mayor, Mayor Martin, prior to my even being hired or offered the job, that I felt that was important. They were struggling to get candidates, even at the patrol officer level. Numbers were down on civil service. Obviously, we were seeing tests that weren't being fulfilled to be able to promote. So it was important. So I put everything together. I talked to a lot of different departments. And in civil service, it needs to go out the same way it came in. Unfortunately, Greenfield is now a city. They were a town, and I believe it was done by town meeting. So it was done a long time ago. So in turn, it had to go to city council. First, we negotiated, obviously, with the unions. We needed their support. Otherwise,
Support it?
they did.
Did Todd Dodge support it?
Yes. And to be honest with you, our unions were a big help because I think they saw it as well, that we needed to get people working. So the unions were a huge help to me. So we went to the city. City council voted it out. It then goes to the legislature, which we had a little issue with COVID. So trying to get in there and have, we don't technically have to be there, but the House has to vote on it. The Senate has to vote on it. It then goes to the governor's desk for signature. That took substantially more time than it would have had COVID not happened.
And then finally, Governor Baker signed it.
Yes.
And then you proceeded, was the first promotional process out of civil service, was the first one with sergeants?
We did a whole bunch all at the same time. We did sergeants, we did lieutenants, I did a deputy chief, all basically one after the other, and we promoted all on the same day. My deputy chief at the time, Mark Williams, had left to go to East Longmeadow as their chief, which created a new deputy chief position, which created a new lieutenant position, which created another sergeant position. So ultimately, we promoted 4 sergeants, 2 lieutenants, and a deputy chief all in one swoop on the same day.
Okay, focusing on the sergeants' promotion process, which is at issue in this trial, how did you, when developing the criteria, the percentage rates and all that, was that something bargained with the unions?
It was.
So it's not something you made up, everybody bargained, the unions agreed, and you had different weights.
That's correct.
And part of the weight was an interview by the Public Safety Commission?
Public Safety Commission and at-large. There were 2 at-large folks. There were 3 from the Public Safety Commission because by city charter, Public Safety Commission has to be involved in the process for hiring.
So that got a weight?
Yes.
Your evaluation was what, 40%?
Yes.
And was there something else?
It was 20% for the work history time. They had a flow sheet that was agreed to. You get X amount of points for how many years you were on, degrees, etc. And I can't think of it off the top of my head what the exact breakdowns were, but that was agreed by the patrol officers union on how to deal with sergeants. Was Dodge a sergeant or a lieutenant at this? At that point, he was a sergeant.
Sergeant, okay. Now, how did you go about deciding how you were going to rank officers? What was the process you used?
Myself and Deputy Chief Williams, we talked about trying to make it at least mathematically easy, so we came up with 10 categories. We searched around from other police departments on what they used. I mean, we didn't actually borrow anybody's complete formula, but we asked different criteria that they would have used. We often spoke with Northampton, Amherst, other accredited departments on criteria, and he and I came up with it. We presented it. We went back and forth a little bit with the union. HR was involved. They wanted certain things to be covered in one form or another, and that's how we came up with that tabulation.
And in one of your considerations, did you consider productivity of the officers?
I can't recall exactly what the wording is of the 10, unless I could see it. Yes. Yeah.
And by then, oh, by the way, by then, had you started doing your morning walks by the tire warehouse?
I had.
Okay, why don't you tell the jury? What time did you normally walk in the morning in that time period?
Real early, probably around 5 a.m.
And on at least one occasion, you walked by the tire warehouse?
At least, yes.
The first time?
Yes.
What'd you see?
I saw Officer Buchanan backed underneath the overhang for the garage at Tire Warehouse.
And was he watching the world go by?
I waved. He waved back.
And then did you start walking walking by there more?
I walked by there because it's the place that had streetlights. Once the summer came, I walk a different direction.
And was he usually parked there, watching the world go by?
I saw him on more than one occasion.
Did you note a change in his productivity, a drop in his productivity in the years leading up to the promotion process?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Ryan put up a productivity chart which tallied total productivity by every officer from 1999 to 2021, right?
That's correct.
Which included officers that have been in the department 1 or 2 years, 3 or 4 years, or 22 years.
Correct.
But we got productivity charts year by year, right? You helped us get that, remember?
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Attorney Keston, if you put up, what exhibit is that? Please. Tab 41 by year. Tab 41 of exhibit 40.
Tab 41.
Yeah. If you go to it, we're going to start 2016.
Page 13 of the PDF, 4 from the back.
2016. 2016. Yes.
Which year are we looking at?
16, 2016.
4 pages from the back.
Now, Chief, so we understand, citations means tickets, right? Moving violation tickets.
Correct.
And when there's an arrest by a police officer arising out of a stop, typically there's a citation along with that arrest. Is that more often true than not?
Correct.
So if we look at Officer Buchanan, we see that he had 93 citations in 2016. You see that?
Yes.
Puchinsky had 141. Gordon had 120. LeMay had 140. Martel had 335. What's up with him?
LeMay had 190, it says.
What about
Sorry.
335? Was McDowell particularly aggressive?
All right, please pose questions relative to these numbers.
Let's go to 17. Got it?
Yes, sir.
And Patrick Buchanan has gone from 93 to 55.
Yes.
Let's go to 18. You there? 2018?
No. So just out of order, but okay.
My bad.
Yes, 2018.
He's down to 9.
Yes.
And in 2020, COVID begins in March, right?
Right around there,
Right
yep.
around there. And he gave 2 citations in the entire year.
That's what it says.
Tim Cooley, that would be the new officer, the young man who had been ordered to deliver the receipts to the department by Patrick Buchanan, had joined the department, and he had, how many? 69?
Correct.
And then in 21, Patrick Buchanan was, I'm not going to go into that. He was an IOD. He injured his shoulder. He didn't work for March for the rest of the year.
I believe that's the approximate dates.
Did you? Excuse me. Do we miss 19?
I believe so.
Well, let's not do that. Do you have 2019 there?
Yes.
How many citations?
One.
1. Can you tell from the citation whether it was given from the tire warehouse?
I can't.
So, in the year before he wanted to be promoted, Patrick Buchanan gave 1 citation.
Yes.
You also looked at sick time use
Yes.
and other factors. And after you ranked the officer, did you meet with them face to face to tell them why you did what you did?
I met with each candidate and explained how I came up with the numbers and the scoring and had conversations with anyone that wanted to have conversations.
And you talked to Patrick Buchanan.
I did.
And one of the conversation pieces was sick time use.
That's correct.
What did he say?
He said it's called type 2 diabetes.
And what did you tell us the conversation?
I told him I was unaware. I asked if he had told anybody, which he said no. I asked if there were accommodations that could have been made. He said no. I asked what it does. I'm not completely familiar with type 2 diabetes in which he was regarding, and he said it made him lethargic and it was hard to come to work at times. And it's his right, it's his sick time, which it is.
Why did you look at sick time usage?
We looked at it for everyone because it's important to be there if you're a supervisor. And there very, very well could be also reasons. So that was taken into account for everybody as well.
And Patrick Buchanan was not one of the people promoted as a result of that process, correct?
That's correct.
Then Patrick Buchanan suffered a shoulder injury in March of 2021 and went out on 111F.
I believe it may have been a bicep injury, but yes,
Distal bicep.
that sounds familiar. Yes.
And he's entitled by statute to be compensated while he's out injured on duty, just like Sergeant Rode.
Absolutely.
And the department would get updates as to when he might be able to come back to duty.
Yes, through HR. Sometimes the officer would drop the paperwork off as well. We would keep an internal file to make sure that we had the paperwork going back and forth with HR.
And you were getting reports from his physician as to when, as to his healing process, to when you might be able to get him to come back to work.
Yes, there were updates.
And at one point in the summer, you got an update that said that he was able to come back on light duty.
That's correct.
What is light duty?
Light duty would be an alternative to your normal work, basically in the parameters of what the doctor tells you you can do. So if you have the ability to do something else for the department, within the department, that doesn't put you at risk to further your injury or re-aggravate that injury, then we would look at that.
In the summer, did you have light duty assigned?
Typically, we don't have light duty. At that point, when I believe the first letter or first couple letters came in, we did not have light duty.
Okay. And then why don't you tell us on the jury when that changed?
During COVID, we lost several dispatchers. Some left for other jobs. Others just didn't want to be a dispatcher anymore. It's a very difficult, stressful job, and COVID didn't help. So we were at a point where we were in emergency status. Lieutenant Dodge was in charge of dispatch, and I can honestly say he was working every angle to try to get staffing in there. We were interviewing constantly. We had people that couldn't get in those seats. So we started training police officers. And that's not ideal, but we needed bodies to answer 911 calls. I felt that that was a light duty based on the doctor's notes that Officer Buchanan could do.
So was it around October that you offered it to him?
Yes, I believe it was done through Deputy Chief Gordon. He had, obviously the letter is from me, but Deputy Chief Gordon we had reached out to say we have this light duty, we'll train you. And Officer Buchanan asked Deputy Chief Gordon to come see him.
Okay, let's hang on for a moment. So as of October of 2021, you had gotten reports from Mr. Buchanan's doctor that he could come back light duty and he was healing.
That's correct.
On the verge of coming back to full duty.
That was my understanding.
And so in October, a light duty position opened up, and you offered it to him.
Yes.
He had not informed you that he had actually put in his retirement papers on September 28th.
I was not aware of that.
So you sent him by the way, did you consult with anybody before you sent him that offer?
I don't recall.
So the lieutenant sent him the lieutenant that sent him the.
The deputy chief was the one who had made contact, but obviously it was my letter.
Which said, come back.
Correct.
Come back to work.
That's correct.
And what did you learn?
That he had put in for retirement for November 2nd, I believe.
He's going to retire as of November 2nd.
Correct.
Did you have the authority to insist that he actually work?
I did.
From the 13th of October to November 2nd?
I could have.
But you did.
I didn't.
So when an officer is out on 111F, which is it 41, chapter 41, section 111F?
I'm not sure.
Me neither. When an officer is out, is that right?
Yes.
So that's a mass general law, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And in the police industry, it's referred to as 111F.
That's how I've always known it.
So when an officer's out in 111F, he or she gets their full salary tax-free.
I believe so, from
They
experience.
actually make more than they would if they're actually working.
I did.
Yeah, you were on 111F.
I was.
As a result of what?
I severed my patella tendon, took my kneecap right off, doing a search warrant for my own property.
And for your own property?
My home was broken into by some folks I had arrested.
So that's what they always say. Never mind. So you get your income tax free. So Officer Buchanan actually got more money by staying out from October 13th to November 2nd than he would have had he come back to work.
On your base pay, yes. It affects your ability for tax purposes at the end of the year.
Yep. Okay. And then he retired, and that was it.
Yes, sir.
Chief, during your tenure at the Greenfield Police Department, have you instituted reforms?
We've become an accredited police department.
Why don't you tell us on in the jury what you've accomplished with our police department?
Quite honestly, when I got there, the department was not in a good place. The morale was very low. The staffing was very low. Their pay wasn't very good. They weren't compensated the way they should have been. We raised their pay substantially with concessions from unions, and which was fantastic. We got more work days out of unions, but in turn we got them more compensation. We were able to get out of civil service, which was one of my goals, so we could keep staffing up. We were able to replace vehicles and replace equipment and move forward to become a professional police department, which, quite honestly, Greenfield was not looked at for a long time, and I think my fellow officers would agree with that. It was frustrating. We became an accredited police department, something that started probably 20 years ago and wasn't able to be accomplished, and we put our noses down, and we did it in about 3 years.
Why don't you explain to the jury what that is?
Accreditation is when your police department does and proves that you are doing the best police practices that are out there right now. And that means you're constantly in review of yourself, but also your peers and those who are certified to come in and make sure you're doing what you say you're doing. And if you're not, you lose it. To me, it was very important to have that, because that proved that not only were we doing what we said we were doing, but the public would have the confidence that we were doing what we said we were doing. And things weren't kept internally. We became very transparent. We created a community resource officer program where we now have social workers who work in our police department with our officers to go out and help these calls. We have gotten grants and upgrades to our equipment. We have a special response unit. We have a CIT program that's very robust, where we're communicating with the public constantly. I've been on the opioid task force now for the entire time I've been in Greenfield. They never had a police officer on that task force till I got there, from Greenfield. We've developed relationships. As Lieutenant Dodge and I had a conversation just a couple of weeks ago, people are coming to us now to see how we're doing things. That's a point of pride for us. We used to have to go to everybody else and try to figure out why we can't do it. I think our police department, I'm very proud of it, and it's come a long way since 2013, and I don't see us going backwards.
Has Lieutenant Dodge assisted you in this process?
Tremendously.
What's his position?
He's my administrative lieutenant, but he also is my primary dispatch overseer, which quite honestly is a lot of work. I had that with the deputy chief prior to that, and I saw how tough that was. Dispatch is a very challenging department, especially with keeping personnel. He handles my grants. He also is He oversees our special operations. We have a sergeant that basically is the lead of the special operations unit, which is our CROs, our community resource officers, our CIT program, our downtown officer program, and he is the direct supervisor of that.
You guys interact every day normally?
Most days, quite often.
As to Officer Buchanan, when he first came on the force, did you help train him?
As I know, he testified, we didn't have a formal FTO program back in '99, but yes, he would. Coming from Orange, I had to do everything there. I got thrown to the wolves in Orange. We didn't have sergeants on every shift. We didn't have detectives, actually, at that point at all. So I did a lot of different things. So when I came to Greenfield, I'd already been working on the streets for since '98, really. I was working before I went to the academy. So when I came to Greenfield, I was allowed to have officers with me. And Officer Buchanan was one that we probably rode together on numerous occasions. I was what was called back then a vac relief officer, and you were kind of thrown really wherever they wanted to put you. So there were probably many times that we rode together.
Did you write a recommendation or whatever is an evaluation of him so that he could be a full-time officer in Greenfield?
I did.
Positive evaluation?
I did.
One moment. Nothing else at this time.
Redirect.
Yes, sure, thank you. You stated earlier that you had better stats than Officer Buchanan in 1999 to 2001, correct?
I believe the dates were just the time I was here, from '99 to 2002,
Okay.
February.
And is it consistent with your memory that Officer Buchanan didn't become a full-time officer until February 2000?
That's possible. I don't recall.
Would you have any quarrel with the fact that he didn't go to the full-time academy until August of 2000?
That's quite possible.
Okay. And if he went to the full-time academy, he was out of service for, 24 or 26 weeks?
I honestly don't remember what it was in 1999,
Essentially
2000. Yeah, it's close to 6 months.
You identified a group you called the Hot Shots, correct?
No?
Negative.
Objection.
Sustained.
The hit squad. The hit squad.
That's what I was told, yes.
Okay, yeah. And you identified it as Bobet, Sergeant Bobet, Officer Ting, and Officer Buchanan.
That's what I was told, yes.
And you have, as chief of the department, you have access to all the records of the department, correct?
I do.
Okay. And you have not produced any records that show any arrest by Officer Buchanan or citations by Officer Buchanan to either Mayor Martin, Mayor Martin's son, Brickett Alice, Brian Capellas, or Tim Farrell, correct?
Objection. Could I have heard the sidebar?
Sure. Yes, what is the objection?
Can't ask. I mean, this is not a fair question to say
Where
it
does,
produced.
with the records requested?
No, Your Honor, but I'm asking if he has any records.
That wasn't the question. The question was the objection sustained. You've never produced the objection sustained.
Thank you.
Objection sustained. You may rephrase your question.
Would it be a fair statement, Chief, that in connection with your testimony here, yesterday and today, you haven't produced any records with respect to any arrest?
Sustained. Same reason. Please rephrase your question.
Is it a fair statement, Chief, that with respect to those individuals, you have not identified any records or any dates in which any of those individuals were arrested or cited by Officer Buchanan.
Objection.
Sustained. He hasn't been asked to do so. Please, rephrase your question.
You indicated you were told that, correct, Chief?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have done no investigation to verify what you were told. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
Okay. And so you have no information that Officer Buchanan took any actions with respect to any of those 5 individuals you named?
No,
Correct?
that's correct.
Okay.
Can I have the complaint? Can I have the amended complaint? That's tab 24. Paragraph 7 and 8, and then I'm going to read the answer. It's an admission. The answer.
Chief, I'm showing you the second amended complaint
Okay.
here. And you see that second amended complaint?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you to read paragraph 7 and 8 aloud, and then I will read paragraph 7 aloud, and then I will read, you see this is the defendant Towns, Greenfield, answer to amended complaint?
Yes.
Okay, so you read paragraph 7, I'll read the answer in paragraph 7.
Okay,
Sidebar.
yeah.
Sure.
First, I'll hear from you, but I am going to explain to the jury what a second amended complaint and what an answer are, so they have a context. Yes.
It's been asked and answered. I went through this, exactly this.
Is this the same question that you went through the other day?
That I went through.
Right,
This is a judicial admission, Your Honor,
right. But
that you said we could bring up on cross or further.
I don't think you did.
well, it was the subject matter of your cross-examination.
Yes.
I went exactly through this process.
All right. Well, it hasn't been asked and answered by Attorney Ryan, so.
Oh,
if there's-
each of us gets to do it. Okay.
No, it's.
I hear you.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen. You've heard reference to a second amended complaint and to an answer. Both are what we refer to as pleadings, so that you understand what you're about to hear. The second amended complaint is a pleading, essentially a document that sets forth the allegations of the 2 plaintiffs in this case. The answer to that second amended complaint is just that. It is the defendant's reply to each of the enumerated paragraphs of that particular pleading. Let's proceed.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Here again, so if you would read aloud paragraph 7.
In October of 2014, Buchanan and several Greenfield police officers took a civil service promotional exam for the position of sergeant with the Greenfield Police Department. Buchanan passed the exam and was the high score in the Greenfield Police Department and the only other candidate passing the 2014 exam.
And I'm going to read the defendants admit the allegations contained in this paragraph.
Yes, sir.
If you would read paragraph 8.
Buchanan passed the exam and was the high scorer in the. This is the same one you just had me read?
No paragraph 8?
Yep, that's what I just read. Buchanan what passed the exam was the high score for the Greenfield Police Department, and only one other Greenfield candidate passed the 2014 sergeant's exam.
And the defendant's answer to paragraph 8 says defendants admit the allegations contained in this paragraph. Correct?
Correct.
Be careful of the microphone, she picks up the heavy breathing. What tab is this?
These were documents that were produced in the last day or two.
Chief, I'm handing you a packet of 24 pages. Civil service information?
Yes.
Okay. And the front page is identified the agency as the town of Greenfield,
Yes.
and it has a date of 2/26/2014.
Yes.
Okay. And this is signed by Mayor Martin,
It is.
and he's requesting the certification from an existing departmental promotional eligible list,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
If we turn to the third page in,
Yes.
and this is signed by whom?
Mayor Martin.
Okay. And this indicates that on or about, or on or before February 26, 2014, Officer Stephen Westerling had been selected for a promotional, correct?
That's correct.
And the other name on that list is whom?
Kelson Ting.
And there's nobody on that list, correct, Chief? Nobody else on that list?
Correct.
The fourth page is signed by Mayor Martin,
That's correct.
indicating an effective date of promotion.
All right, just a brief moment,
I
yes.
just made. I mean, I have no objection, but this should be an exhibit. It can't be.
Well,
Oh,
John-
I will
well-
offer it, Your Honor.
at some point, he's going to move to introduce, and I'll entertain the motion at that point in time.
My understanding is you can't be reading from a non-exhibit.
Well, he can identify it. No, he can
And now he's reading from it. It's just a technical point.
mark it for identification purposes, and then you can inquire and you can read, okay? And then you can move to introduce it. Mark it as B for ID.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Chief.
Please lay a foundation. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Chief, I had you on that page.
Yes, sir.
And that's February 28, 2014?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's signed by the Mayor, Mayor Martin?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Indicating that the effective day of Officer Westerling's promotion was 2/28/14, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the next page has to do with that promotional process, correct?
Which page, sir?
The page after.
Yes.
Okay. And again, it identifies the name of eligible candidates for promotion as Sergeant Stephen Westerling and Kelson Ting, correct?
That's correct.
And that page is dated 2/26/14.
That is correct.
In the rest of the documents in this exhibit have to do with that promotional process that culminated with Sergeant or Stephen Westerling's promotion to Sergeant effective 2/28/14, correct?
May I look at them?
Absolutely.
Is the last half just copies, Counselor?
I believe so, Chief.
There is only one page that is related to the number on the certification list, but was not related to this particular hire, just to be clear.
And what's that, Chief?
It's the page that has where Dave Rice was promoted.
Okay, and that's a prior promotion
That's correct.
that occurred in 2012 or something.
I don't know.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Fair to state that based on those documents, that there wasn't an eligible list for, that Patrick Buchanan and Jason Haskins were not on a civil service promotion list as of 2/28/2014.
Can you clarify what you're looking for, sir? I just want to answer you correctly.
So what I'm asking, Chief, based upon those documents, is there any indication that Patrick Buchanan and Jason Haskins had been approved by civil service for promotion to sergeant?
Not on this list.
Okay. And if they had been approved by 2/28/2014, they would have appeared on that list.
On this test,
Okay. They would have appeared on that list.
for this test, yes. Date-wise, doesn't matter. Test does.
Okay.
Just for clarification, sir.
Good, Chief. This is a document with your signature?
It is.
Are you going to seek to introduce that last document?
I'll seek to introduce them both, Your Honor, at the same time. And this is for a police sergeant's exam
It is.
to be taken on September 1, 2014?
That is correct.
Okay. And this was a civil service police sergeant's exam, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And based on Exhibit 9, well, you testified yesterday that lists usually last for 3 years, correct?
The one you showed me, yes.
Yeah. Well, do you know of any lists that last beyond 3 years?
Beyond, I don't know.
Okay. In your experience with civil service, you're not aware of any civil service list that exceeds 3 years in length, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And so Exhibit 9 showed, did it not, that the expiration date on that list was 10/1/2017?
On this list,
Yes.
on this list,
Yes.
yes.
Okay. So if we work back from 10/1/2017, 3 years brings us back to 10/1/2014, correct?
It's when the certification list is certified, the date starts. So the test could have been the year before. It's when the results are certified, the clock starts.
But you don't have any results that show that there was a test prior to the October 2014, or prior to that September 1, 2014 date.
This test didn't happen.
Okay. Your Honor,
I could explain the sheet if you'd like me to.
Explain.
Upon your request to go and search for this test that we had all agreed occurred, I went into the NeoGov system. I found every test that has been done since I was here in 2013. There was no test that year in 2014. We were all mistaken. The list was certified in 2014, which is this list right here.
Okay, so that list was certified in 2000.
We had moved to the assessment center by the end of 2014. We had done the deputy chief. There was discussions about not doing a test because we didn't want to charge everybody $250 to take a written exam and not end up with enough candidates. That's why we ended up with the assessment. I did a lot of prep work thinking I was going to be doing a test. These are just forms that I had prepared early, apparently, because I never asked for a list or test, and neither did the city.
Okay, so, but this indicates there was an examination announcement for September 1, 2014.
That's what this paper indicates, yes.
And do you agree that there was a certified list that went into effect on or about October 1, 2014?
A list on October 1, 2014?
Well, that's what Exhibit 9 shows, correct? That was an eligible list till October 1, 2017.
Eligibility expiration date of 10/1/2017. That is correct. That's what this piece of paper says.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that we admit these two exhibits. One is the document that was marked for identification, and the other is the examination announcement posting of September 1, 2014.
Any objection? All right, before ID will become number 10, and the other single-page document will become number 11.
Mayor Martin promoted Sergeant Westerling, or Steve Westerling, to sergeant in February 28, 2014, correct?
That's what the paperwork says.
Steve Westerling is Caucasian?
Yes.
And that was a short list, correct?
That is correct.
And neither you nor the mayor wanted to promote off the short list that Patrick Buchanan was the top, correct?
That's not true.
Okay. You didn't ask the mayor to promote off that list, did you?
I gave the mayor his options.
Okay. You did not recommend to the mayor that he promote off the short list and he take the top candidate, Patrick Buchanan. Is that a fair statement?
I didn't recommend anybody.
Okay. You recommended an alternative course of action instead of promoting Patrick Buchanan, correct?
I don't think that's accurate.
Well, that's in fact what happened, isn't it?
No, I wouldn't describe it that way.
Okay. There was a list that Patrick Buchanan was the top scorer on.
He was number 3, yes.
Okay. So there were 3, you're saying?
No, there was actually 4.
Okay. But Westerling had been promoted by now.
That's correct.
Okay. So you then had a viable list. For one promotion, you would have had Kelson Ting, Patrick Buchanan, and Stephen Haskins, correct?
It's Jason Haskins, and
I'm sorry, thank you.
and no, Kelson Ting was on the rejected portion because he was ineligible.
Okay. But you said there's 3 people. Is he on or off the list?
He's on the list.
Okay. So that means there's 3 people.
No.
Okay. Is he on or off the list for the purposes of promotion?
Could I have the piece of paper back so I can show you?
Exhibit 9, I believe, Chief.
Yes. I don't have it. I don't have it.
I'm sorry.
No problem. No problem. Civil service is very confusing, so no problem here. And I would be happy to explain the...
Please pose a question.
Yes. So you're saying that Patrick Buchanan shows up 3, Jason Haskins shows up 4.
That is correct.
Okay. And Stephen Westerling had already been promoted, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you're saying there's now 3 people available for promotion, which would be Ting, Buchanan, and Haskins, correct?
No.
So, okay, tell me how he's there, but he's not a,
If you look at the list, there are 2 people that are viable. They scored in the 3rd and 4th score out of 4 people. 2 of the people were ineligible for promotion, which happened to score number 1 and number 2. So I will concede on this sheet, Patrick Buchanan is the high scorer between he and Jason Haskins. Absolutely.
and this was a list that the town could have promoted off.
Yes,
And it's a list that you could have recommended to the mayor to promote off.
I could have.
Okay, and you went a different way, correct?
Ultimately down the road, yes.
During this time, 2014, Sergeant Road was serving out of grade. James Road was serving out of grade, correct?
Provisional sergeant is out of grade? Is that what you're asking
Well,
me?
he's not a permanent sergeant.
No.
No. So he's not a permanent sergeant, and you have a promotional list, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Sergeant Road did not, or James Road did not pass the promotional exam, correct?
I don't even know if he took the exam.
And so you're not, if he took it, he didn't pass.
That's a fair statement.
Okay. And so you have a list with 2 candidates who have qualified for promotion.
That is correct.
And you allowed Sergeant, or James Road, to remain as a provisional sergeant until his promotion to permanent sergeant approximately a year later, September of 2015?
Sounds accurate.
Thank you. In the 6th sergeant's position that you talked about, that was created, the first person to fill that position was Officer Buchanan, correct? In a provisional capacity, Chief.
I'm trying to think of dates, sir. I'm not trying to stall. Could you show me the dates?
I'm asking you for your, do you know of anyone who served in that capacity before
For the 6th position?
for the 6th position?
I don't believe so.
So Patrick Buchanan would have been the first one to serve in that 6th position.
I don't know.
Okay. And you testified that you unfunded a lieutenant's position. You meant to say captain's position. Is that a fair statement?
No, not a fair statement at all.
Okay. The department got rid of the captain, correct?
I don't know if the captain was ever permanent, to be honest with you, prior to my arrival.
From 2015 to date, there's always been a Lieutenant Gordon in Burge, and now that Burge is retired, that position's been filled by McCarthy and Dodge, something like that, correct?
Yes, they are the current lieutenants right now, yes.
But from 2015 forward, there were two lieutenants.
There were 2. There were 3 lieutenant positions when I got there.
Okay, thank you, Chief. So there had been 3, and you brought back to 2.
We negotiated to move the structure of the department, yes.
It's your statement that the mayor was going to fire Patrick Buchanan?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Was there a legal basis for termination, Chief?
I didn't feel so.
Okay. Is the mayor rational?
I don't know how to answer that question.
How many other officers has Mayor Martin fired in his tenure?
I don't know the answer to that.
James Road was terminated, correct?
I know that, yes.
Do you recall any others during your tenure with the department?
During my tenure, no.
You state that it's your position that Mr. Clark was entitled to protection because of his alcoholism.
Because of his disability, yes.
And that's your analysis of the legal requirements.
Yes.
Okay. Actually, may I be heard, Your Honor?
Sure. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen. We'll go to 11, then we'll take our mid-morning break. What are you seeking to introduce?
Your Honor, he testified as to his understanding of handicap discrimination law. I want to confront him with a excerpt out of the mass employment or mass practice employment. It has to do specifically, Your Honor, with the holding in Garrity versus United Airlines.
Okay. What's it?
I object.
The objection for the record.
The objection? It's his understanding of the governance. You can't get into the analysis of the law with a lay witness.
If you can lay a foundation that he's familiar with that case, then I may let you have it. I don't see that happening. So,
Your Honor, then I'd have to call an employment lawyer to come in and testify to
he
that.
can testify as to his understanding as he has testified on cross-examination. Okay, you can lay a foundation beyond that, and whether or not I actually permit you to supplement your witness list remains to be seen. Okay?
Your Honor, he has put into evidence a piece of fiction that is not true, that the jury can accept, and unless it's countered, we are significantly prejudiced, and this is a learned treatise.
You can proceed with your redirect examination. We'll see where it goes, but I'm not convinced that that is a learned treatise. Okay, so all right, let's proceed. Counsel, bear with me one moment, please. Okay, you can proceed.
Proceed. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. You testified yesterday, Chief, as to your understanding of the rules of handicap discrimination law, correct?
My understanding, yes.
Okay. And you applied to law school, but you never went.
That is correct.
And your understanding is not, you've received no instruction from a lawyer as to what is or what isn't permissible with respect to handicap discrimination.
Correct.
Okay. And is it your position that as a matter of law, any employee who's engaged in substance abuse cannot be subject to discipline?
I don't know.
Okay. That's essentially what you said with Mr. Clark, correct?
In regard to,
In regard to the incident where he was intoxicated at the courthouse and he had driven the cruiser to the courthouse.
yes, my interpretation was that he had the ability and right to get assistance and help, and that's what I did.
With respect to the people who are arrested by your department for operating under the influence of alcohol, a substantial number of those people would have alcohol-related issues, correct?
I don't know that.
Okay. Would it surprise you? Do you believe that the people who are arrested for alcohol issues don't have alcoholism-related issues?
I don't know that.
Okay. You haven't done a study you have no information as to whether people who are arrested for driving under the influence are more likely or less likely to have an alcohol-related issue?
I have not.
Okay. And to the extent they do have full-blown alcoholism, does that get them a bye in a court of law?
Please rephrase that question.
If they have full-blown alcoholism, does that get an exemption? from the legal processes that are handled, that are with respect to legal prosecution for operating under the influence?
I don't know.
Okay. Have you ever seen one in your now 20-something years of police work?
Seen what?
Seen a criminal defendant go into court and get an exemption from prosecution saying, I'm an alcoholic and I'm exempt from the law?
I don't know.
Okay. Have you seen one is the question.
I haven't seen one.
Okay. Have you heard of one?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. And in all the conferences and the studies and the work you do, enforcement of traffic, enforcement of OUIs is something that's regularly studied, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. But in conversations with the other chiefs, with the other police officers, you know, nobody's ever told you that somebody has been found exempt from prosecution due to alcohol-related issues.
Not that I'm aware of.
And if the person had a drug issue within your department, because again, addiction's a medical issue, correct?
I believe it's a medical issue.
Okay.
And a disease.
Is it your position that if someone has a drug issue, they're exempt from legal prosecution for being in possession or the use of narcotics?
Depending on the situation, I would treat them the same way.
And nobody has provided you information that says that a person such as Detective Clark was immune from prosecution, correct?
Nobody's provided me that.
Okay. And so when you state he was immune from prosecution,
Object.
Well, let's finish the question and then I'll sustain your objection.
when you stated that he wasn't going to be, there were going to be no criminal charges against Officer Clark for the incident on December 16th, you did not have any authority to support your position, correct?
Authority in which form, sir?
Did you have any authority?
In which form, sir?
The question is confusing. Please rephrase your
Did you have
question.
any legal authority to support your position?
I apologize. I'm not following what you're trying to
Please
get.
rephrase your question. It's not clear.
At the time you opted not to take any action with respect to Officer Clark in the incident of December 16th, did you have any legal authority that said you were barred from taking criminal action against Officer Clark?
That I was barred from?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And so you are not aware of any authority that said that legal action against Officer Clark was prohibited?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. So in fact, you did have the option to charge him, arrest him, and take other actions with respect to that incident.
I would say yes.
Okay. And you chose not to exercise that authority, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you chose not to report that incident.
Excuse me?
And you chose not to report that incident
To who?
to the district attorney.
Correct.
Okay. And you chose not to get any guidance from the district attorney, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you did seek guidance from the district attorney with respect to Sergeant Dodge.
I did.
Okay. But you didn't seek guidance from the district attorney with respect to one of your own officers in the district attorney's office under the influence of alcohol
Correct.
while on duty.
Correct.
Okay. We've talked about Chapter 111F, haven't we? Or Section 111F, haven't we?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you recognize that as the actual wording of the statute?
It appears that way.
And I'm going to allow what's underlined. Tell me if I've read it correctly.
Object. On exhibit.
Right, very well. Please, do you have a copy? Please approach sidebar. Okay, very well. If it's a statute, you're going to need to seek to introduce it as an exhibit unless there's a stipulation that it comes in as an exhibit. Is there a stipulation that it comes in as an exhibit?
No.
Okay, very well. Let me see what you're getting at here. Okay, very well. Lay a foundation, move to introduce it. I'll rule.
No.
Exhibit.
No. We've spoken about chapter or section 111F, correct?
We have.
And it's section 111F of chapter 41.
That's what we stipulated to, right?
And you understand that what's in front of you is a copy of that statute or that section of the statute, correct?
It appears so.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that it be introduced as an exhibit.
Objection.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. The document will be introduced into evidence as Exhibit 12.
Do you want this one as well, Counselor?
Thank you. Now, Chief, I'm going to read aloud what's underlined. Tell me if I've done it correct. Whenever a police officer or a firefighter of a city, town, is incapacitated for duty because of an injury sustained in the performance of his duty without fault of his own, he shall be granted leave without loss of pay for the period of such incapacity. Correct?
Those are the underlined portions, yes.
Okay. And so in order, one of the requirements to be granted Section 111F benefits is that the officer is injured without fault of his or her own, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
According to what you just read to me.
Okay. And so with respect to Sergeant Road, the accident that gave rise to his disability was his fault, correct?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. Is there any doubt in your mind it was his fault?
He was convicted for it.
Yes. And it was relatively clear that at that time or shortly after the accident that he had been going at a very high rate of speed.
I don't recall when the information came through.
Okay. And Exhibit 9, I believe. Exhibit 8 shows that the department paid James Road how much in disability benefits under Section 111F?
It shows what the city paid him during this time frame.
Which is what amount?
Which amount do you want me to read?
At the bottom line?
Earnings totals or total deductions? I just want to make sure I'm reading the thing. Okay. Earnings totals, $128,841.80.
Thank you. back in front of you, Exhibit 7. And this has to do with the arrest and subsequent IA involving Miss LaFlamme.
I take it that's a question?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
You talked about the officers doing a report to DCF, correct?
Earlier, yes.
Okay. If we look at Miss LaFlamme's email in here to Butch Hawkins dated Monday, July 25th.
Can you direct me to where that is in here?
Yeah, let me.
Apologize, a lot of paper there.
So this is that you got, Mr. Ryan, what page?
This is the. It's in the documents. Yeah.
This is the letter.
Turning to page 2 of that portion of the document. And again, this is a letter from Ms. LaFlamme to Chief Public Safety Chairman Mr. Hawkins, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If I can turn your attention to the bottom of that second big paragraph in that page. She quotes Officer Soto as saying in a very demeaning way, "Oh, I will be so happy to call DCF."
That's what she says.
Okay. And she complains, or she's asked why, and notes that she had a friend there to take care of her children, correct?
That's what she says.
Okay. And then she records in the next paragraph, days later I received a phone call from DCF saying there was a complaint against me, correct?
That's what it says.
Okay. And she was informed it was for neglect from the June 2nd incident.
That's what it says.
Okay. And she goes, the next page, or the next line indicates that the final report from DCF was unsupported by them.
That's what it says.
But DCF told her she should get an attorney to sue the Greenfield Police Department.
That's what the email says.
Okay. And then she goes on to relate, anyway, after I got the call from DCF, I was so angry, I called the department and asked to speak to Officer Soto.
That's what it says.
Okay. And she told him she was angry how she was treated, how they broke into her house illegally, and they had no reason to call DCF, correct?
That's what she says.
Would this tend to show that DCF was called with respect to this woman?
I object.
Sustained as to the form of the question, please rephrase your question.
Chief, I believe it's the page is right before this.
Keep these in order for you here. Okay.
You recognize that as a 2-page letter from Deputy Chief Williams to Bruce Hawkins?
To Butch Hawkins, yes.
Butch Hawkins, thank you.
Appears that way.
Okay. And if we turn to page 2 of this letter,
Yes.
the deputy chief is recalling conversations that you and he had, correct?
I'd have to read it. I don't think I've ever read it. Do you want me to read it, sir?
Read the first 3 or 4 lines, chief.
Which paragraph?
The top paragraph, I'm sorry.
As for the portion of the complaint.
No, read it to yourself.
Oh, all right.
The first page?
No, it's page 2, Lennon, I'm sorry.
No problem. No, my fault.
Okay.
You testified yesterday that you received, and you picked up a call from Miss LaFlamme, correct?
At one point, yeah.
Okay. There's nothing in Deputy Chief Williams's remarks that indicate that you told him you had picked up a call. Correct?
I don't know. I haven't read the whole document.
Please pose a question.
Yes. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I thought you would. But you do, or Deputy Chief does record in the second line, Chief Haig did advise me of the phone call recording from Miss LaFlamme, between Miss LaFlamme and Officer Soto, correct?
That's what it says?
Okay. And this statement was dated August 31.
It is?
And the underlying arrest dates back to June 2nd, I believe. If we go to the first page of the narrative. By
Yes.
Jeffrey Benson.
Bankston, yes.
Yeah, and that would indicate an incident of June 2nd, correct?
This is Jeffrey Soto you're talking about. That's what I'm looking
Jeffries.
I'm looking at 6/2/16.
Yeah.
Officer Jeffrey Soto.
Yeah. So the incident, what I'm trying to get to is the incident occurred on June 2nd, correct?
That's what it says?
And in Deputy Chief Williams's letter, dated August 31, there's no statement that you had actually received a phone call, correct?
Again, I haven't read it.
Do you want to take time to see if it's in there?
Your Honor, I object.
Let's move on.
You spoke yesterday about the Confederate flag that was at Sergeant McCarthy's house. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that first came to everyone's attention when the neighbors to Sergeant...
Objection. Can that be heard?
Sure. Yes.
Here we go again. I was once again trying to do the comparative thing and get into the whole thing. With excluding all that.
What was the question?
That you learned of it through the uproar.
It's already in evidence.
Yeah.
So the objection's
The
overruled.
uproar is not in evidence, Your Honor.
That's not the uproar. How he learned about it. Okay, the objection's overruled.
Honor?
In Your Honor,
First of all, there's no question. Okay.
Yeah.
The objection's overruled. Pose a question.
Chief, how did you learn of the Confederate flag yesterday?
Hang on.
Okay. I'm sorry?
How did you learn of the Confederate flag at Sergeant McCarthy's home?
I don't recall exactly how.
did it become an issue within your town?
Objection.
Overruled. It's already in evidence. Proceed.
I object and respectfully disagree.
The objection's overruled. Proceed.
I'm sorry,
Did it become an issue in Greenfield?
it certainly was a topic.
And the people complaining lived across the street?
I object.
Overruled. It's in evidence.
I object. It is not.
Counsel is not to correct me when I overrule your objection. That is the end of it. Okay, proceed. Please have a seat. Your objections are noted.
The neighbors across the street complained of the flat, correct?
I don't believe it was across the street.
Okay. Neighbors to that house complained.
Next door to the garage.
And they had a young African-American son,
Objection.
Overruled. It's in evidence.
correct?
That is correct.
And after this happened, you actually went to the house and visited with that family, correct?
I did, myself and the deputy chief, yes.
And the mayor went separately to visit with the family.
That's my understanding.
And you testified, and that was in December 2015 when this all arose, correct?
I'm not sure of the date, sir.
Do you have any reason to argue that it was on or around December 15?
I have no reason to argue about anything, sir.
You testified that you, Clark, and McCarthy met in McCarthy's garage subsequently.
I don't remember the date.
Okay. And the purpose of the meeting was to discuss concerns about alcohol.
That is correct.
Okay. And so if we go to the Clark exhibit, which is 2, or the exhibit, which is 2, excuse me, at the top of the narrative report sheet,
Sorry. Thank you.
it identifies the date of late September 2016.
Yes, September 19th, 2016.
Does that refresh your memory in any way as to the date and time that you met in Sergeant McCarthy's garage?
That's the date it has here, so.
Okay, but you were in McCarthy's garage to talk about Clark's alcohol issues, correct?
That is correct.
What's shown there on Exhibit 2, where it references a discussion with Sergeant Clark, that discussion that you're referencing, was that held in McCarthy's garage, or was that held in the police station?
Let's see. Which page are you looking at? I'm
At
sorry.
the top of the narrative sheet, at the top of the narrative report sheet,
Yes.
it identifies a conversation in September 2016. And so what I want to know is, when you met in McCarthy's garage to discuss alcohol, was that this meeting, or was there yet a different meeting?
I'm not sure. I think that was the meeting.
Okay. But there could have been several meetings about Clark and alcohol.
Not that I recall.
Okay. And you were conducting police meetings in McCarthy's garage?
No, it wasn't a police meeting.
Okay, but it was a meeting between you and your capacity as chief, correct?
No.
Okay. You were there in what capacity, sir?
It's a discussion with a colleague I was concerned about.
Okay. It's a discussion with a subordinate.
Sure.
Okay. Discussion with 2 subordinates.
Agreed.
Okay. And it's your statement, this was not work-related.
I had concerns about work, certainly. I had concern about his life.
Okay. But this discussion that you had in McCarthy's garage, was that work-related or not?
I don't know how to describe that.
And so, did you have one or more discussions with Clark regarding alcohol?
I don't recall. I think that was the only one.
Okay.
Until, obviously, the one we keep talking about.
Okay. So the only time you spoke with Mr. Clark about alcohol was in Sergeant McCarthy's garage.
To the best of my recollection.
And you stated that when you were there, you saw the Confederate flag.
No, I did not.
Sustained.
Did you testify yesterday that you told him to take down the flag?
Yes.
Okay. And you told him to take down the flag when you were in the garage?
No.
Object.
He's answered the question.
When did you tell Sergeant McCarthy to take down the flag?
In my office when it came to my attention.
Okay. So this goes back to December 2015?
I don't recall the exact date, but that sounds accurate.
This is the Hague deposition of April 17, 2018.
Hang on, April 17th. Just give me a minute, what page again?
Page 91, 92?
Just give me a second.
Yeah, okay.
Got it. 91?
Yeah, it goes down to 92.
Okay. Got it.
I'm going to read the question starting at line 22 of page 91. And if you would read, your answers are in bold, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure how, under what circumstance it came in, but would this be the only directive that you issued to Sergeant McCarthy? Your answer?
I said, I believe this was part of a Facebook response.
So in this note, you're ordering not to make any comment on Facebook about the Confederate flag.
Involving any posting of the Hart family and the Confederate flag, yes.
My question is, other than this, did you issue any orders with respect to Sergeant McCarthy and the Confederate flag?
Not that I recall.
So 2 years ago, you don't recall giving any directive to Sergeant McCarthy to take down the flag, correct?
I told him to take the flag down when he was sitting in my office.
Okay. And that was a directive from you.
That was what I said, take the flag down.
And he was sitting in your office as a sergeant and you're the chief.
I was.
And so you issued an order to him to tell him to take down the flag.
I told him to take the flag down.
Okay. And you never put that in writing, correct?
No.
Sidebar. You're getting too close to the comparative evidence. Okay, I'm striking that last question. We're not going there. I've already moved in that regard. Okay.
Your Honor, respectfully, none of that stuff was evidence.
It was. Okay.
Yeah. Your Honor, before we depart, this is the directive from the chief to him regarding the Facebook.
It's not coming in.
Okay.
All right, the last question and answer is struck from the record and not evidence for consideration.
You stated yesterday that Officer Buchanan engaged in bullying, correct?
I said that?
Yes. Or maybe in response to a question from the crowd.
Stand as to the form. Please rephrase your question.
Is it your position that Officer Buchanan engaged in bullying conduct while a member of the Greenfield Police?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the evidence, Chief?
Donovan report.
You looked at the McCarthy IA with respect to Max Hamlin, correct?
Not in its entirety, probably.
You read in the part where the young man, after Sergeant McCarthy leaves, vomits and then has to go to the hospital for treatment.
That's what he said.
Is there anyone you're aware of that Officer Buchanan's conduct caused to become physically ill?
Not that I recall.
With respect to the written statements from the union, with the risk of the Donovan report, correct that you had never requested the union to give you written reports with respect to any other supervisor during your tenure as chief?
Can you be more specific about that?
The question is, have you, as chief, requested the union to give you written complaints with respect to any supervisor other than Officer or Divisional Sergeant Buchanan?
That wasn't a request.
Well, you said that if they wanted something done, you wanted written complaints.
I wanted things in writing, and I have said that to other people in the department. Absolutely.
And you didn't take the time to counsel or send someone to counsel and work with Officer Buchanan, correct?
There were obvious reasons for that.
Okay. There was no reason precluding the deputy chief.
Acting on my behalf, sir?
There was no reason. What's the reason that the deputy chief couldn't act on your behalf?
They were complaints. I followed up on them. I took an outside agency, period.
Okay. There was nothing that precluded you from sending them to the deputy chief for investigation, correct?
No.
Nothing that precluded you from having the deputy chief, who you said is one of the nicest men you've ever met, correct?
I did say that.
Having him work with Officer Buchanan on these issues.
I sought advice. I took that advice.
You sought advice from counsel.
Absolutely.
And you were not a defendant in this lawsuit at that time, correct?
It sure felt like I was.
Okay, but you weren't, were you?
I assumed I was.
Okay, but you weren't, were you?
Move forward.
Now, the activity report, those were exhibit.
Now's a good time for our mid-morning
Thank you,
break.
Ron.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to take 15 minutes with the ongoing instruction not to discuss the case with anyone. Most importantly, immediately amongst yourselves in order to do any investigation or research. We're looking at an immediate.
County Superior Court is back in session. Please be seated.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Has anything come to your attention which has affected your ability to remain fair and impartial? Seeing and hearing no affirmative responses, let's resume the redirect examination of Chief Haig.
Chief, you spoke earlier this morning about seeing Officer Buchanan when you were doing your 5 a.m. walks, correct?
Yes.
And at any time, did you direct Officer Buchanan to take any action?
No.
And he was in a public place,
It was a private business, but yes.
but he was looking out on the main street.
On the Federal Street, yes.
And every time you walked by, he was alert and he saw you?
He waved to me.
Yes. And at no time did you direct him that he should be doing something else?
I did not.
Okay. And at no time did you direct a subordinate of yours to tell Officer Buchanan he should be doing something else?
No.
Chief, turning to tab 41 that you and Freddie Keston looked at earlier.
Yes, sir.
If we pull up the 2016 numbers. Do you have that in front of you, Chief?
I'm just looking for 2016, Councilman. Yes.
Yeah. The people who were promoted in 2020 would have been Todd Clark, Megan Gilbert, Christopher Green, and Christopher Rowell.
It was Megan Cloutier at that point, just for clarification. She changed her name back to her maiden name. So just so that
I've got her
we're
on
on the same.
2016 as Megan Gilbert.
That's what it would have been in the computer, but when you're referencing who got hired in 2020, I just want to be clear. It's Megan Cloutier.
Thank you, Chief.
Yep, no problem. Sorry, sir. Go ahead again.
So, but the people who were promoted would have been Sergeant Clark with 17 fewer arrests. Correct?
17 fewer arrests? Yes.
And Sergeant Clark issued 2 citations.
Correct.
Okay. Megan Gilbert had 10 arrests, which is fewer than Officer Buchanan.
Yes.
And the only one who actually surpassed him was Mr. Rowell, correct? Christopher Rowell?
Yes.
Okay. If we go to 2017, again, Officer Buchanan exceeds Todd Clark both in arrest as well as in citations by a significant number, correct?
Yes.
And he exceeds the output of Megan Gilbert, correct?
Yes.
And he exceeds the output of Christopher Green, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Christopher Green had 5 arrests and 2 citations?
Yes.
Okay. But he was found promotion worthy, correct?
Yes.
And in 2018, Officer Buchanan had 1 arrest, correct?
It's out of order, so sorry.
When you can find it, Chief?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Christopher Green had essentially no numbers for that year, no arrests and no citations.
Yes.
And Megan Cloutier had 3 arrests and 6 citations, correct?
Yes.
2019 would be the last year before COVID. Correct.
Yes.
And did COVID impact numbers, Chief?
Oh, without a doubt.
And so in 2019, Officer Buchanan's numbers exceeded that of Christopher Green, correct?
Sorry, it's out of order.
Take your time.
Yes.
Okay. And Officer Buchanan had 4 arrests.
Arrests? Yes.
Okay. But nobody else who was promoted had more than 7 arrests that calendar year, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then finally, Chief, you spoke about a discussion where Mr. Buchanan told you he had type 2 diabetes.
Yes.
Okay. And was that discussion held between the time of the recommendation for the first 3 promotions, but before the 4th position was announced?
It would have been, I don't believe there are any recommendations yet. I talked to all the candidates before recommendations went.
Okay. So you knew that he had a health issue before you made any recommendations?
Yes.
Okay. And in your final recommendations, you recommended the promotion of a lower-ranked white officer instead of Officer Buchanan,
Yes.
in part because of productivity issues.
It was part of the whole. Overall, sure.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
All right, very well.
No questions.
Okay, recross.
All right. On redirect by Mr. Ryan, Attorney Ryan, the first topic was the test. And there was apparently some suggestion that there really was a test in 2014. So when Officer Westerling was promoted to sergeant in the spring of 14,
Yes.
first, that was a short list.
Yes.
And you recall the promotional test that list was linked to.
I'm not 100% the year and date it was taken.
Oh, geez, I don't know the number, but
That's the exhibit that Mr. Ryan put in.
yeah.
There's 11 or 12. 11 was the, or 10 or 11.
I think this
service document?
seems to be I believe it's exhibit 10.
Okay.
The exhibits should be on the table.
It is 10.
Which page is that? 3, 10, 12. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
In exhibit 10, there's a page where it says when the list was established. See that?
Yes.
And the date is March 1st, 2012.
Correct.
And so the list would have been established after the test.
Correct.
So the test on which they were promoted, he was promoted, was given prior to March 1st, 2012.
That's correct.
And the mayor, Mayor Martin, did you ask Mayor Martin to promote Officer Westerling off the short list?
No.
And Mayor Martin's most important criterion that he expressed to you was that Westerling was a veteran.
That's correct.
So you didn't recommend anyone for that short list, you didn't recommend anyone for the subsequent short list, right?
That's correct.
Now then, Mr. Ryan showed you that notice for a potential exam in September of 2014.
Correct.
Was there an exam in October 19th of 2013?
There was no record in 13. Yes.
Is that marked?
I'm going to.
Okay.
Okay. Offer it to be substituted in the acted section. Your Honor, I'm going to offer this as an exhibit, but this needs to be redacted before the end of the trial.
Sidebar. Okay. What is the nature of the redactions?
Take out social security numbers.
Oh, okay, very well.
Just confine this.
All right, that's fine. Is there going to be an objection to the document coming in?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, that'll be number 13.
Exhibit 13, you see the examination date?
October 19th, 2013.
And so this exam was given just before you started as chief.
Correct.
And then, as we've seen before, in April of 2014, you requested a list off of this exam.
That's correct.
And that's the list that gave us Haskins and Buchanan.
Yes.
And they had finished third and fourth in the test, but the first two were not eligible. Westerling because he'd already been promoted, and Ting for other reasons.
Correct.
And you brought that list to the mayor. Mayor Martin, to see if Mayor Martin would hire one of them.
Correct.
To that point, you had one position.
That's correct.
And he did not want to.
That's correct.
Harry, did he give you the exhibit? No. Okay. We do need that exhibit once you're.
To Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But we've agreed to substitute or maybe to redact this.
So I'll take care of that.
To proceed or?
Yeah.
Okay. Next, you were examined on then Officer Clark,
Yes.
alcohol issues. When somebody's arrested for OUIs, it stands for operating under the influence, right?
Yes.
Somebody's arrested for an OUI alcohol, meaning arrested for operating under the influence of alcohol. The court gives them an option to get treatment from it.
Yes.
Sidebar.
That's incorrect, all right? There's been no basis that's been set for that whatsoever. I'm going to take judicial notice of that. That question and the answer are struck from the record.
The question and answer are struck from the record, ladies and gentlemen. They are not evidence for your consideration.
Chief Hay, are you aware of a program available to first offenders for OUI?
Yes.
What is it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to the form of the question, counsel can lay a foundation as to possible dispositions that are available after an admission to sufficient facts or a finding of guilty for operating under the influence, and fully set forth the process which is entailed in getting to that point, including arraignment.
Okay. Somebody's charged, arraigned. If they plead to sufficient facts, then the court gives them the option of going into an alcohol program. And if they do not commit any further offenses, then the case is dismissed, correct?
I believe that is a quaff. Yes.
Quaff, which is continue without a finding.
Correct.
And once they successfully partake in a program to deal with an alcohol problem if they have one, and they do not commit a further offense during the period that is continued to, then the case shows up as dismissed.
Objection, Your Honor.
You can further explore this issue on redirect. The objection is overruled.
Okay.
Please answer the question.
I'm not sure what the disposition is.
Okay. Now, Rhodes, James Rhodes. Was it your understanding that in any step of the process, once he had the car accident, that the city, the mayor, could have decided to terminate his employment?
The mayor is the appointing authority, so he could choose to terminate.
And did you, at each step of the process of then Sergeant Rhodes, advise the mayor of his options?
Yes.
And there was consultation with the city solicitor, the mayor, the director of HR, and you.
That is correct.
And the mayor made the decisions.
Yes.
And the mayor chose not to terminate his employment just based on the accident.
I'm not 100% sure his rationale for each step.
I'm saying but he chose not to. He didn't do it.
Correct.
He didn't do it after arraignment.
No.
And he did it at some point after arraignment before conviction.
He did.
At which point Rhodes 111F benefits would have ended.
I assume so.
Okay. And Rhodes appealed
Yes.
the civil service.
Correct.
And at the end, the city paid him some money.
That's my understanding.
Now, we then had questions about the phone calls involving the young woman who, about whom you called the hospital.
Yes.
And Attorney Ryan made a point that there's nothing in there about the phone call, nothing in the report about the phone call to you.
Correct.
Did you make the phone call did the phone call to you result in you taking an action of calling the hospital?
No.
But the phone call to Soda? Let's go over it.
I'm not sure what you're asking, so I apologize.
I'll help you. So, Mr. Dodge was the sergeant or a lieutenant at the time?
Sergeant, I believe.
Sergeant Dodge came to you,
Yes.
concerned that this woman who was a nurse had threatened that she was not going to treat Greenfield police officers,
Yes.
and asked you to take some action.
Yes.
And that threat came in a phone call to Officer Soda,
That's my understanding.
which is recorded, which is part of the IA.
That's what the IA says.
And that's why you called, in part at the request of Sergeant Dodge.
Yes.
As to the flag, you find out that there's a flag not at his house, at his garage.
Yes.
The garage was not attached to any house, was it?
No.
There was no other piece of, there was no other structure on that lot at the time.
I don't believe so.
And you sat with him and told him to take the flag down.
I did.
Did you believe you had the power to order him at that time?
At that time, no.
Why not?
It was in his garage on private property. I did not believe that I could order him to remove something that was his personal property.
But you told him to do it,
I did.
and he told you he did.
Yes, he did.
But did he tell you he had already done it?
The second time I said, take it down, he said, it's already down.
Nothing else.
Redirect limited to recross.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Second.
Chief.
Yes, sir.
That's the IA with respect to the young woman.
Yes.
Do you see, turn to page 1 of that part of the report?
The cover,
Yeah.
basically? Yes.
Are you referring to exhibit number 7 for the record?
I'm sorry, yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And this identifies people who were involved, correct?
Yes.
Bob Pastore, Timothy Dowd, Jeffrey Begston, Deborah LaFlamme, and Jeffrey Soto, correct?
Bob Pastor, Dowd, Bankston, and LaFlamme.
And then down, second page, Soto and McDowell?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we go through it, there's a statement from Jeffrey Bengston, correct?
Yes.
There's a statement from Officer Jeffrey Soto.
Yes.
There's a statement from Officer Michael McDowell.
Yes.
There's a statement from Detective Sergeant Dan McCarthy.
Yes.
There's a statement from Deputy Chief Mark A. Williams, correct?
Yes.
There's nothing in here with respect to Sergeant Dodge, correct?
Does it appear that way? No.
Okay. You testified in response to my brother's questions that Dodge told you about the phone call.
He did.
Okay. There's nothing in here that implicates Dodge in any way, shape, or form, correct?
I'm not implicating him in anything. He brought a concern to me.
But he doesn't show up in the IA, correct?
Correct.
With respect to Officer Rowe, Section 111F, as we read it, allows the injured employee to receive benefits if they're involved in an accident without fault, correct?
That's what you read me.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you agree that's the controlling law?
Yes.
Okay. And then with respect to Officer Clark, in order to go through the court program of the dispositions, there'd have to be an arrest, correct?
Through the court program?
Yes.
I would assume so.
Yeah. There has to be an arrest. That's booked, correct?
If
The
you.
arrest would have to be booked. It would have to be processed as an arrest.
Oh, correct. Yes.
And then the person would have to go to court. They'd have to be arraigned.
For the court process?
Yes.
Yes.
And then through the court process, they would work with an assistant district attorney and their own private counsel. Usually, right?
I would assume so.
Yeah. And then in that process, there is a way to get a reduced sentence, correct? If
I'm not a lawyer. I don't work in the court.
okay. But the key threshold is there has to be an arrest.
For the court process, I would assume.
Yeah. And there never was an arrest with respect to Detective Clark.
No, there wasn't.
Okay. And the court process is important because, as you know, subsequent convictions for alcohol, the penalties increase, correct? A second offense doesn't get that favorable treatment, correct?
I don't know what they get, but I can assume it's not the same as the first.
And a third offense is even more severe as we go up the ladder.
I would assume so.
But with respect to Sergeant Clark, there was never the arrest.
I did not arrest Sergeant Clark.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Recross.
Did you talk to that woman on the phone?
I did.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Nothing wrong.
All right, you may step down. Thank you, sir. Can I see counsel at sidebar?
Okay, great. So now we're going to turn to Lieutenant Doctor. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. On Mayor Martin, it seems to me that it makes sense to give him a time certain to be here rather than just have him on call. And so I'll leave it up to plaintiff's counsel whether or not you want me to have him come in at 2 o'clock today, and then we'll break in Lieutenant Dodge's testimony, or whether or not you want to what's not gonna happen is that we're not gonna run out of witnesses, okay? So I can bring him in a little bit later on, but then you would probably have to come back again tomorrow. So, what would you like me to do?
No objection.
Well, let's do it. What do you guys want to do?
Whatever's quick. That sounds like a way to manage it so we have.
Let's do it that way. Okay, so, why don't
Put
you just,
Martin on at 2 o'clock.
at 2 o'clock, so,
Yes,
okay,
sir.
all right,
Thank
great, thank you.
Okay. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Plaintiff calls Todd Dodge.
All right, Lieutenant Dodge, please step forward. We'll swear you in, sir.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence which you shall give to the court and jury in the matter now in hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you, sir. Watch your step as you go.
All right, Lieutenant Dodge, please ensure you speak directly into the microphone in a loud and clear voice. Thank you very much. Attorney McDonough, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Dodge, could you please give your full name to the jury?
Todd Dodge.
Your city and state of residence, sir?
I live in Montague, Massachusetts.
Where did you grow up, sir?
In Montague.
And those of us who may be unfamiliar with Franklin County, where is that in relation to Greenfield?
It's just east. It abuts Greenfield to the east.
Sir, did you grow up in that area?
I did.
Where?
Turner's Falls.
And what high school did you go to?
Turner's Falls High School.
Did you graduate, sir?
I did.
What year?
1990.
Did you pursue a college degree at any time, sir?
I did.
Did you obtain a college degree?
I did.
And what field of study?
Criminal justice.
And where did you receive the degree?
I received an associate's degree from GCC in about 2000, and then I matriculated to Western New England College, now Western New England University. I got my bachelor's degree there in about 2004, I believe.
Sir, where did you first go to work, or where did you first enter the workforce after high school or college?
I mean, I had a lot of jobs, but primarily I went into the plastics industry. I worked at a place called Mohawk Plastics, which was in Berniston. They made plastic bags. I started out basically entry level, putting the bags in boxes, sealing them up, and putting them on a pallet. I worked there for about a year and a half, decided that wasn't for me, hated the night shift, went back to college. And then a friend of mine, his father had started his own plastic company, manufacturing facility. And because I had some experience, they hired me on as a foreman.
And do you recall the name of that factory, sir?
It was called Heidi Liners, and it was in Orange, Massachusetts.
And do you continue to work there, sir?
No.
How long did you last there?
I believe it was about 6 or 7 years.
Okay. And did you remain as a foreman during that time?
I was promoted up to the level of plant manager before I had left.
At some point, did you make the determination that you wanted to make a career change?
I did.
Walk us through that, sir.
Well, my brother in Montague was a police officer. He started before me. He's my older brother. And we had spent some time together, and we were sharing stories, and his seemed far more interesting than my stories in a manufacturing facility. I never knew I wanted to be a police officer until I became one. I'm not going to lie. I took the test at his kind of push and passed the test, got hired by Greenfield. The reason why is civil services resident preference. The reason why I didn't take a job in Montague, number one, because he was there, kind of a conflict. But also I had owned a 3-family building in Greenfield, so I got resident preference Greenfield and got hired by them.
Approximately when was this time period, taking the test and applying to get hired and so forth?
I took the civil service exam in probably 1996 or 97. After having passed the exam, I made contact with the department who agreed to sponsor me to the Reserve Academy, the Basic Reserve Intermediate Academy. I believe that was through 97 into 98.
At some point, did you develop, studying for the test, taking the test, applying, responding to your brother's push, as you called it, did you have an eye-opening as to public service and what police work was all about?
Well, I mean, it wasn't really, through his stories, yes. But, in learning and doing the academy, With each step as I progressed towards that position, it intrigued me more and more.
What did?
Just the job in and of itself. You know, the fact that I would be outside was actually a good thing at that point in time. I lived in the same building every day. So to be able to get outside and to be able to communicate with people, not just the same people every day, was very intriguing to me.
And did you, I think we talked about applying, were you offered a position?
I was.
Police department?
Yes.
Which police department was that, sir?
Greenfield Police.
And the approximate year?
1998.
And did you accept that offer?
I did.
So, could you explain to us, those of us who have never served in a police force, what was your first position with the Greenfield Police Department?
I was hired on as a reserve officer in August of 98. But my assumption is someone retired, someone moved on. So I never worked a shift, I should say, as a reserve officer. And instead, I was made full-time. I was reserve in July. August, I was made full-time. And I never worked a reserve shift. So I actually started working as a full-time police officer in Greenfield.
And what shift did you begin at?
Wherever they put you. Chief Ag referred to it back then. It was a mess. It was called the vacation relief position. And there was zero regulation to it. And they'd put you wherever they put you.
So, do I understand vacation relief? More senior officers take vacations. They have the prerogative to bid shifts and choose where they're going to work, and you fill the gaps?
That's right.
And how long when you're on that vacation relief sort of status or place?
I want to say it's about 6 months. Our shifts bids are about 6 months. But I was hired on to start in July. I started the full-time police academy in January, and that's about 6 months. In June or July of that year, when I returned from the academy, I believe I was on the overnight shift, the 11P to 7A. So I was off of the vacation relief. I served about 6 months of that sentence, and then I was on the 11 to 7 shift.
And so 11-7 is a little more predictable schedule.
Yes, it was.
But perhaps the least desirable of the three shifts.
I don't like it.
And so that's what you got, right?
That's what I got.
And how long did you stay on the 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift?
It wasn't very long. I would never complain about my career. I couldn't imagine it was more than a shift bid or two. So probably a year. And then based on, again, attrition, I believe I was able to get the 3 to 11 bid.
Okay. And then at a certain point, did that fit your lifestyle, or did you move to a new shift after 3 to 11?
3 to 11, it was okay. I mean, I had small children. In fact, my daughter was born probably 2 weeks after I got out of the academy, which was my second and final child that I had, still have. But there was a position that opened up. The chief, one of our detectives left for the U.S. Marshal's position, which opened up a detective position somewhere around 2000. I think it was early in 2000. And I actually put in for it, having been there a short period of time, and I was given that job as a detective. I would stay in the detective bureau for a couple months when the chief, at the time Chief Dave McCarthy, wanted to get a police Harley-Davidson, so motor patrol officer position. I'd grown up on motorcycles. I have a passion for riding. He had created that position for another officer a very senior officer who was kind of getting outside of things, and he wanted to get him back in the game. But that officer ultimately declined. And so I actually took that position. A lot of the reason for that was that too was a day shift position, which worked well for me.
And how long did the motorcycle day shift position last?
Motorcycle day shift was I think we had a motorcycle for 2, maybe 3 seasons. 3 years.
Why did it end?
The chief didn't want to pay it for it anymore. That's because it was a lease, and he just didn't want to pay. There's maintenance fees, et cetera, and it just didn't work for him, I guess.
So what happened to you after that change?
I had to go back to the shift bid.
Okay. What time frame, what year approximately are we in now?
We're probably around 2003, 2004.
At a certain point, did a corporal position, was that offered to you?
It was.
Can you describe, we've heard a lot of ranks here, and I get confused with the ranks. Can you just kind of walk us through the ranks, just so we're all clear on that, please, where the corporal falls in?
Sure. So you start out, again, you either start out as a reserve officer, which means you're part-time, per diem. They'll use you when they can. And then when you're made full-time, you now all of a sudden you're full-time. I mean, you get all the benefits of the contract, the collective bargaining agreement, but in return you owe them full-time hours. So that's your first job, really. Your first full-time job is patrol officer. There's these other positions, motor patrol officer, detective, but they're all lateral. They're all the same level. You're a patrol officer. Greenfield Police had never had the rank of corporal. We basically went from patrol officer to sergeant. That's your next position that civil service identifies. There was a specific issue that was happening within the Greenfield Police Department around the fall of 2006, at which point the captain at the time, John Newton, showed up at my house, which scared me because my brother's a police officer, and that's not normal. I'm out doing yard work, and here comes the captain. But he showed up to request I to go on night shift as a supervisor. We didn't talk corporal yet. That was something we would ultimately discuss. But they essentially wanted me as a patrol officer to go on 11 to 7 to fix the problems that were present on 11 to 7. He felt he had full confidence that I could do that. Subsequent conversations with him and then Chief Gilbo, it was determined that they're going to basically label me a corporal, which has never happened. They put 2 stripes on my arms. You guys have seen a sergeant has the 3 rockers. Corporal has 2. So he sent me down to the uniform store. I put corporal stripes on, which was weird because it had never been done, and I was that guy. So I went on night shift, had to supervise night shift, tried to get things in order, while all the while a sergeant was still on that shift who had no authority to do anything. So it was a strange time.
And we'll get to that, but just so we can remain clear in this rank structure,
Mm-hmm.
We've talked patrol officers, then corporals created above patrol officer. Do I have that right?
Yes.
And then sergeant would be above corporal.
That's right.
And then above sergeant would be lieutenants.
That's right.
And then a captain if there was one.
That's correct.
And then deputy chief and chief.
Correct.
Okay. So when you're assigned to go be the corporal, that was to give you some authority, maybe some rank at least, so that you could maybe investigate issues on the shift. I mean, why would they make up this new rank of corporal for you?
Well, yeah, I mean, it'd be difficult to justify their intended mission, meaning putting someone on that position to fix the problem if that person didn't have the authority to do so. So, and again, I'm making assumptions based on the chief and captain at the time, but they put me in that corporal position so that I was, a step above the patrol level, right. The patrol officers.
Now, you said there was a sergeant on that shift. Who was that sergeant?
His name was Viral Bobet.
And we heard some testimony about him in the trial. That's the same Sergeant Bobet that came up last week.
That's correct.
How did it go with you and Sergeant Bobet on that night shift?
He was basically told to just work that same shift, plain clothes. He didn't really get into business very much. He did what I guess he was told to do, although he was in attendance at a shift meeting that I called. And that, for him, really didn't go over well, which is understandable because here's a corporal directing this shift, and him included, and he sits at the rank of sergeant. So one of the main issues at the time was that he would stop cars and order patrolmen to show up and write the tickets. So I put a kibosh immediately to that. And I ordered him, if you stop a car, you have the authority and the citation book, you write the ticket. They didn't develop the reasonable suspicion or probable cause for the stop. You're writing the ticket.
Can I see counsel at sidebar?
I respect we're just starting with this your civic background. we're getting a lot of detail, which, in my sense, has nothing to do with this case, or it might be superfluous. If you can perhaps focus some of your questions in light of my concerns relative to scheduling.
I agree, Your Honor. I will do so.
Please pose another question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ultimately, just moving things along, ultimately, did Sergeant Obey understand you were appointed by the chief for that position?
Yes,
And were you able to smooth things out on that shift?
yes.
Okay. And so that brings us through 2006 till when?
I believe it was April 2007, I was formally promoted to sergeant.
So now you've been in the department maybe 9 years or so. We've seen the stats. I'm not going to show you all the stats and everything, but fair to say you always had a lot of arrests, citations, bookings.
Yes,
Did you ever have any discipline or anything in those years?
no,
Did you always understand your productivity to be meeting whatever standards the department was putting out?
yes,
And you got promoted in 2000 and what year was it?
7.
Okay. I imagine a big moment in your career to be promoted to sergeant.
Absolutely.
Why is that a big deal?
Well, I mean, it was something that was basically a recognition of my hard work up until that point. It was very a proud moment for me when I had my children in there, and I was being pinned with the sergeant's badge by, the chief and dignitaries of the town. It was very interesting. Very proud moment.
Now, once you're promoted to sergeant, what shift did you start working?
Overnights.
So you're now at that next level, but back to the bottom of the shift.
That's right.
Preference. Okay. And you continued as a sergeant through, fair to say, spring of 2014. Do I have that?
No.
Okay, correct me. When?
So in September of 2011, Chief Gilbo, sort of at the last minute, handed in his retirement papers. I got a call from him that Friday. I believe it was probably the 10th of September of 11, and he advised me of his impending retirement that Sunday. It was a complete surprise to me. And I was advised there will be a staff meeting on Monday, which I believe was the 13th of September.
Please pose a question.
And what happened as a result of all this?
I was made acting lieutenant on that Monday. I was the only one sitting on the active list, so I was made provisional lieutenant that day.
And was it your understanding this would be a temporary or permanent position as a lieutenant?
Temporary.
And how long did it in fact last?
2.5 years.
So does that bring us to the year 2014?
Yes.
And fair to say, lieutenants, now you're in the leadership of the force.
Yes.
Now, that brings us up to the date that's relevant to Officer Buchanan, 2014. But just before we cross over there, you spent a lot of time on that night shift from 98 to 2014. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
And
not comparatively, but I did spend some time there. Yeah.
You weren't unfamiliar with it?
No.
Right? And you worked with Officer Buchanan and others on that shift?
I did.
Was there a hit squad?
I've never heard of it.
When's the first time you heard the term hit squad in the manner described by Attorney Keston and Chief Haig?
When Chief Haig said it on the stand.
Did you ever observe anything to the effect of what he was describing by any of the officers on that night shift?
No.
If you did, what would you have done?
I don't know. I literally don't know. I've never been faced with that kind of situation.
And you heard a lot of were you aware questions from Attorney Keston to Officer Buchanan relating to Mr. Ting. You remember all those questions with all those accusations?
Oh, yeah.
And several of them pulled you into the subject matter. You
sure did.
Hearing that when you were sitting here?
Yes.
Has anybody ever brought those types of accusations to you ever until this trial?
Well, I've read him in his, I believe it might have been the original complaint he filed, I believe.
But was that ever something that was brought to you by any supervisor in the department as an issue with your performance?
No.
Your behavior?
No.
In 2014, there's been a lot of discussion about 2014, and obviously there was a big change in the leadership in 2013 when a new chief came in, right?
That's correct.
And that was Chief Haig, right?
Correct.
Was he? Did you know who he was prior to that?
Of course.
Well, briefly, what was your background with Chief Haig?
We went to the academy together, worked together a little bit.
Okay. What, were you on good relations with him?
Always.
And when he became chief, did you have any? Do you agree that there was this turmoil in the leadership prior to him becoming chief?
Absolutely.
A lot of turnover?
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of temporary chiefs?
Yes, sir.
And is that good for the morale of the unit?
No, it isn't.
Why not?
There's no stability. I mean, and if there's no stability at the top, there's no stability all the way down through. You had the whole department wondering who's going to be the full-time lieutenants, who's going to be the chief, who's going to run this department. The future was unknown and therefore stressful for everybody.
What did you believe would be the best way to find a new chief?
So we didn't know. We actually, the city, the police department, the fire department, public safety commission all got together to try to determine what that was going to be. Do we stay? Because we had bounced, as testimony has shown, we had been in civil service. Then we took the chief's position out of civil service for Dave McCarthy. We put it back in for Dave Gilbo. What are we going to do now? So we had subcommittees created, and we were actively meeting to discuss that very concept. What's the next method we're going to use to hire a chief? And we had a couple meetings into that, and then we learned who the next chief was.
Was the selection of Chief Haig, did it follow what the studies or proposals were from those subcommittees?
We didn't get that far. So as the president of our union, I woke up in the morning and read in the paper that Chief Haig is the new chief of Greenfield. We had a meeting that night. We were going to have a subcommittee meeting. That we were talking about how we were going to do that. So I was upset as the union president that we were kind of wasted all our time setting up these subcommittees when the mayor went behind our back and just hired who he wanted to.
Now, there was some speculation or some comments by Attorney Keston in his opening and throughout the trial that you wanted to be the chief.
Absolutely not.
What are your feelings on that?
I was asked. So we had an interim chief. He was mentioned, Chief Marquise. He started out with the town. The town hired him as a consultant to try to figure out what's going on in here because there was issues in our police department. So they hired him, and at the conclusion of his consultation, the mayor decided he was going to make him an interim chief, which is okay. Civil service acknowledges that, but as long as it's for very finite periods of time. I think they can do it on a 30-day basis. So they made Chief Marquise or Marchese chief for 30 days. They would end up extending that another 30 days. At the conclusion of that, I was working as the provisional lieutenant still. I'm in like 2 years deep into this. And he called me in his office, and after he did his assessment of it, he asked me if I wanted to be chief. My answer to him was, "Are you crazy? Have you seen what happens to all our chiefs?" And that was absolutely my mindset. There was no way I was going to risk my career at that time. I wasn't ready for that position.
And did you ultimately go back down to sergeant?
I did.
How did that come about?
So they did lateral transfer Chief Hagan, and as a result of that, it was really that gap which was causing everybody to go up. Okay, so now they added a body from the outside, and by doing that, everybody had to go back to my full-time civil service designation was sergeant. So I was acting provisionally as lieutenant. I had to go back to my sergeant position.
And did that happen to someone else too?
Yes.
Who's that?
So at the time, provisional lieutenant Dan McCarthy went down to his permanent sergeant role again as well.
Now, when Chief Haig came in, your feelings about the process notwithstanding, did you commit to work with him and do everything to support the leadership?
Absolutely.
And as a sergeant still, were you in sort of the management tier of the force?
Yes.
And from time to time, would the chief consult with you about operations or decision making?
I can't remember anything specifically, but there was a considerable amount of time where although I went back down to sergeant, I still maintained all of my lieutenant's duties because they're just not that simple to pass on. And there was still a little bit of So there was a period of time when full-time Lieutenant Burge stayed on as a captain to assist Chief Haig in his transition. And then we had Lieutenant Gordon, who was a permanent lieutenant, who was out on a very long extended medical leave. So it took a little while to actually transition fully back to sergeant until they, the lieutenant started putting pressure on, saying, we want our jobs. He shouldn't have them. So.
From time to time, did you discuss personnel decisions with the chief?
Had to.
And so let me take you to a very specific time, October of 2014. Do you recall, there's been testimony about this, and it's come up many times, but do you recall discussing with Chief Haig in October of 2014 the sergeant promotional list that included Buchanan, Haskins, and others?
Yeah.
What do you recall about the list? Who was on the list?
So during our discussion, it was down to just that. It was down to, I remember Pat topped the list. Whatever list was present at that time, Pat was the top. And the chief did not want to promote Pat.
Before we get to that, why were you even looking at a list? Were there openings?
Yes, and I was actually still serving so I served in my provisional lieutenant capacity. I served as our liaison to civil service. So those were my duties, was dealing with these promotions, hiring, etc.
How many openings were there for sergeant?
I believe at the time 1.
And Buchanan was at the top of the list.
That's right.
And had you worked with Buchanan?
I did.
Had you observed Buchanan?
I did.
Were you familiar with his skill set?
Yes.
Were you familiar with his education?
Yes.
Were you familiar with his ability to work with others within the force?
Yes.
Did you discuss with the chief whether he would be a good fit for sergeant?
Yes.
What did the chief say to you?
He said he didn't fit the bill.
Buchanan
and that he was
didn't fit
lazy.
the
That's
bill.
correct.
What did you understand that to mean?
Means he didn't want him to be promoted.
Did the chief give any reason why Officer Buchanan didn't fit the bill for sergeant?
No.
Did he say anything about his work ethic?
He said he was lazy.
Now, in the times you worked with Buchanan, did you ever observe the chief working with Buchanan?
Never.
Now, they had worked before. There's some testimony about that. Maybe, I think it was the year 2000, around that time frame. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
Okay, but then the chief left at some point?
He did.
And so from 2001 or so through the next 14 years or 13 years, do you recall the chief ever working with Buchanan directly?
No.
And you had?
Yeah.
Was it your impression that Officer Buchanan was lazy?
No.
What did the chief tell you upon what information he was basing his opinion that Officer Buchanan was lazy in October of 2014?
No.
What did you think about that?
Objection.
Overruled.
I thought he was wrong. I never found Pat to be lazy.
Did you have any understanding as to what the basis might be for that?
Objection.
Please approach.
Okay. He's not going to speculate, obviously. So if you want to lay a foundation as to discussions that he may have had or other evidence that leads him to form an opinion, you may do so. But I'll sustain the objection as posed.
Your Honor, at his deposition, I believe they're trying to get it out that he decided it was race.
All right, well, but regardless, there needs to be a foundation laid. You can't simply say, what was he thinking? Okay, you need to lay a foundation for that, okay? The objection is sustained.
Objection sustained. Please rephrase your question.
Okay. Let me ask you what you knew about the people on that list. What was different about Officer Buchanan from the other people on the list?
He's black.
What did you perceive lazy and doesn't fit the bill to mean?
Objection.
Overruled.
He's black.
Did you find that objectionable?
Yes.
Did the chief say anything about just going with that list, that civil service list?
No.
Did he use the word, did he say anything about going around the list?
Did.
What did he say?
Said we need to find a workaround. We need to find a way around this list.
Did he ever use the word loophole?
Yes.
What did you understand that to mean?
He didn't want to use the list, so what alternatives do we have to create a new list?
Is that something he asked you?
Yes.
Did he ask you to go find an alternative?
Yes.
Did you do so?
There wasn't any.
So did you cooperate with the chief's request?
There was no cooperation I could give. Civil service is very regulated. It's you have to follow civil service rules. So there was no alternative for me to even explore.
Did you say that to the chief?
I don't believe so.
Did you ever use the words "the law is the law" or words to that effect?
I can't recall.
Do you recall did you say anything to the chief that would indicate did you strike that? Did you indicate anything to the chief that you would help trying to find a loophole around civil service?
I don't recall any comments to that effect.
Would you do that?
No.
Have you ever done that?
No.
Do you believe that civil service laws must be followed?
When we were civil service, yes.
And were you at that time?
Yes.
And a department has the prerogative to go around the list if it's a short list.
True.
Is race a proper reason to go around the short list?
No.
Overruled.
That would you understand that to be a violation of civil service laws?
Yes.
At that time, when the chief told you the comments about lazy and not fitting the bill, did he say anything about Officer Buchanan's statistics?
No.
Did he say anything about Officer Ting?
No.
Did he say anything about the tire department?
The what?
The used tire warehouse or the area where Officer Buchanan parked his car?
No.
Did he say anything about all the many reasons that Mr. Keston has launched here in 2022? Did he say any of those reasons back in October of 2014 to you?
Overruled.
There was nothing talked about in terms of why.
Other than he's lazy.
Yes.
Did you believe Officer Buchanan should be promoted to sergeant?
Yes.
And was he?
I mean, he was a sergeant twice, once very briefly in a provisional capacity.
Was he permanently promoted in response to that list?
No.
So what happened? What happened instead of that?
They ended up calling instead for an assessment center, which resulted in a new ranking structure.
And was Officer Buchanan still at the top of the new ranking structure?
I believe he's third.
Do you recall a time where someone in the force had been at the top of the civil service list and not promoted in a way where the department then went for an assessment and went with another candidate?
No.
Did you believe that Buchanan was better than the other candidates available?
Yes.
At that time. Again, we're talking about the 2014-2015 promotion.
Yeah, based on, his accomplishments in both education and experience, yes.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about assessment centers versus civil service process. Those are the two general ways we've been discussing this trial that police departments in Massachusetts can promote people to sergeant. Fair?
Well, assessment center is a civil service process. So when you say that, it's a civil service test or a civil service allowable assessment center. So they have to sign off, but they're both civil service processes.
In your 24 years in Greenfield Police, have you seen both methods used?
Yes.
Have you Do you have an idea now are you a lieutenant now?
Yes, sir.
Do you have an idea now as someone who's risen through the ranks from vacation relief to lieutenant as to which is the best way to go?
I do.
What's your opinion on that?
Assessment center all day.
Why do you say so, sir?
The test is it's very cumbersome. I've taken many. And it's, for us in Western Mass particularly, we got to drive out to Eastern Mass, but prior to that, we got to study for months, an abundance of books that the test questions they ask you don't seem to come from those books. They come from who knows where. So it's my experience that out of 10, 12 people who in our department who take the test, you get 1 or 2 who pass. And that's consistent throughout the entire state. So it's become a situation where it's not practical. The exam just didn't seem practical. You do all these study hours and you just can't seem to pass it. So what happens with an assessment center is we always end up with more candidates at the conclusion of an assessment center, which obviously that's the goal. The goal in promoting is get a good sized list of candidates so we can pick a satisfactory candidate for promotion.
So how do you reconcile that with what you said earlier about you thought it was a good idea to go with the civil service exam list that ranked Buchanan #1 in October of 14?
So my mind says I agree with a concept. So, when we're talking about a promotion, determine what you want to do. Do you want to take a test or do you want to do an assessment center? We don't do both. There's a test or an assessment center. Candidates shouldn't have to be put through that much work. So basically, in the case of when Pat and I believe it was Haskins remained on a list, they had already taken an exam. They already had done that vetting process. We didn't need an assessment center. A test was completed. So I have been a proponent from the start of assessment centers. I am. I'm not a component of doing 2 different type of tests for the same promotion. They did a test, so then use the test. The next time we're going to do a promotion or call for a list, then choose then if you're going to do a test
Please pose
or an
a
assessment
question.
center.
So the test is difficult to pass?
Yes.
And so is it your testimony that it shouldn't be a knock on someone if they pass the very difficult test?
You're
Right.
There's a form issue here.
Sustained as to the form of the question, the answer is struck.
So what is the value of the test if you have one, test scores for active candidates?
What do you mean? What's the value?
Is there a value to having that test score if you have one?
Oh, of course.
What is that?
It makes you a candidate for promotion.
Now let's move on to January of 2015. We've heard about what's been referred to as this pay it forward traffic stop by Officer Buchanan. Are you
Sure.
familiar with that event?
I am.
You weren't at the traffic stop, right?
No.
But I think there was some testimony that you were present when Mr. Buchanan received some mail relating to that issue.
Yes.
Could you tell the jury what you recall about that?
I just remember in the report stations, in our station we have a hallway that has 3 or 4 computer stations. That's where the officers type their reports. I happened to be in that hallway serving as the sergeant of the shift, and Officer Buchanan was working. I believe it was one of the few shifts that he actually wore the stripes on that provisional appointment. And he checked, we have what we call our pigeonholes, which is what we put correspondence in. So everybody has their own pigeonhole and stuff goes into that. And he pulled something out of his pigeonhole and I hear him say, he actually did it, as if he was surprised to see. And he opened it up and explained to me that he had done a motor vehicle stop in the past, whereas he asked essentially the young man driver to pay it forward. And in the result, in this envelope was receipts of items he bought his mother and also a gift card to Stop and Shop. So he asked about that and I said, send it back. We don't keep those things.
Had you had an experience before where someone had sent you a gift of some sort?
I have.
And unsolicited, I assume?
Yes.
And so did you relay that experience to Officer Buchanan?
I did.
And sir, do you have binder Exhibit 1 in front of you? Could you open to tab 7 within Exhibit 1, please?
This says Exhibit 4.
Oh, excuse me, let me try it.
What was the tab?
Tab Now, Mr. Dodge, at some point did you learn that, and we'll get the document up soon, but I have a couple of questions first. Did you learn at some point that Officer Buchanan was being disciplined for that event?
Yes.
How did you learn that, sir?
I don't recall exactly how I learned about it. I'm not sure.
Did someone ask you if you knew anything about it?
I honestly don't remember. It was so long ago. I don't remember how I became aware of it.
Were you asked to submit a written statement as to what you knew about the event?
Yes.
And is tab 7 your statement, sir?
Tab 7 is a letter to Lieutenant Burge from me.
Okay. And have you had a chance to kind of scan through that letter?
Yes.
You state in there that you didn't believe that at any time Buchanan had any malicious intent. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
Why did you include that?
I believe that was what the request was. You know, give me something in writing that outlines your mindset as to Buchanan's intentions during this. And it was clearly nothing ever that showed there was any negative intention here.
To whom did you submit this writing, sir?
Lieutenant Burge.
And in submitting this writing and stating that you did not observe any malicious intent, were you stating to him that you did not believe there should be discipline for Mr. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ultimately, were you involved? We've heard a lot about the investigation of Officer Buchanan for that event. Were you involved in that investigation, sir?
No.
Other than this statement, do you recall participating in that investigation?
No.
At a certain point in time, did you learn that the investigation had concluded and it was some discipline had been imposed?
Yes.
And what do you recall about what the discipline was?
I believe he lost his role as a provisional sergeant. He was, because I was a field training officer supervisor, I was advised that he was no longer a field training officer and that he'll be suspended for 3 days.
You talked before about your elation when you put on the sergeant's rank. What did you think when you heard that he had now lost the provisional sergeant's rank?
I felt bad. I thought it's a big deal.
Did you talk to him about that or observe him around that time frame?
Yeah.
And what did you observe, sir?
He was just broken.
At a certain point, was it discussed that he might object to the imposition of discipline?
Yeah.
Can you walk us through that discussion?
So it was an extremely strange situation because during the event, the motor vehicle stop I'm talking about, Pat was a patrolman. At the time it was presented to me, he's now a provisional sergeant. So the question became, yes, he wants to grieve this issue. He wants to grieve this disciplinary act. Who represents him? So we had nothing in writing between the two unions as to who properly represents who. He was a patrolman during the act. He's a provisional sergeant now. Where does this fall? So I had discussion with the union president, the patrolman union president at the time. I believe it was Rick Brook, and they weren't interested in pursuing it. They didn't want nothing to do with it. I was the president of our union at the time, and as a result of that, I just took it on.
Were you required to take that on?
In this case, absolutely not.
Why do you say that, sir?
Well, number one, is not just because I'm the chairman or the president of the union doesn't mean I have to carry grievances. Any union member can bring a grievance. So no, I didn't personally have to do anything. The union itself didn't. So I had learned in the past we had absolutely refused to follow up on officers' issues.
So the union has some discretion on whether or not to pursue an objection.
Absolutely. And when there's a question, it really comes down to a body vote. The majority of the union has to determine, because no one person controls the union. It's a democratic process. If the majority doesn't want to pursue it, then it's not going to be pursued.
You yourself, did you make a discretionary determination as to whether to object to the discipline imposed upon Mr. Buchanan?
I did.
And what was that determination, sir?
That we were going to file a grievance. I was going to file a grievance on his behalf.
as part of your decision-making, did your conversation with Chief Haig back in October of 2014 and your testimony earlier that you believed his decision-making to be racially motivated, did that impact your decision-making on objecting in January of 2015?
Of course.
And what you talked about before about finding a loophole or an unlawful loophole around the civil service laws, did that formulate your decision to object in writing in 2015?
Of course.
Could you please turn to tab 11 within Exhibit 1? Sir, do you have a lot of time to file such an objection?
No.
Is timeliness something of an emergency whenever there's a decision whether or not to object to discipline?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And what, Rhonda, could you please put up tab 1? And what, do you see before you, what is that writing, sir?
This is a notification to the chief that we intend to appeal his disciplinary action toward Patrick Buchanan.
Do you recall me asking Chief Haig if he understood what your position was on the discipline as regards to this document?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you the question. Were you objecting to Chief Haig's discipline in this writing, sir?
Of course.
Sir, could you, is that the only writing that you submitted on behalf of Officer Buchanan?
No.
Could you turn the page to page 2 of tab 11? If you could, please. Thank you. Sir, what is this writing?
This is a second letter to this one to the mayor advising him of our intent to appeal their decision for discipline.
Thank you. And so after I think you referenced in there that you were doing so within 48 hours. Is that correct?
To the chief.
And then so did the writings then get you or result in some sort of hearing or opportunity to present your objections?
Eventually. Technically, the city, the appointing authority, has to entertain this within 5 days. And I recall he put it off several times for various reasons. But we eventually got in there.
Okay. You get your day in court, so to speak, with the mayor?
Yes, we did.
And were you there?
I was.
Were you participating?
Yes.
Were you representing Officer Buchanan?
Yes.
And did you make the case that the department wasn't following its own rules and laws?
Yes.
And did the other side put in evidence too?
Yes.
And did the mayor ultimately make a decision?
Yeah.
And what was that?
He said he would have terminated him.
Did you give up?
No.
What's the next step?
Arbitration.
And is that an external person outside of, for the first time, someone outside of Greenfield?
Yes.
Leading.
Sustained. All these questions have been leading. So as to the form of the question, please rephrase your question.
My apologies, Your Honor. I'm just trying to move it along, but I will ask
Thank you.
open-ended questions. What's different about arbitration versus appealing to Chief Haig or the mayor?
It's an independent outside person or agency conducting the interviews.
Were you hopeful that you might get a more objective view of the facts in that form?
I was overwhelmingly confident we would.
Did you submit writings as part of the arbitration?
I believe so.
Did you appear with Officer Buchanan on his behalf at the arbitration?
I did.
Did you participate in the arbitration?
I did.
And did you represent him at the arbitration?
I did.
How did you fare at the arbitration?
Well.
What was the result, sir?
The arbitrator ruled that it was grossly over-disciplined in this situation. Overturned the three-day suspension, ordered the city to pay Officer Buchanan for those days. The problem, they could not do anything about the provisional position because there's no regulation over that. They basically don't have jurisdiction over provisional appointments. So they couldn't offer any opinions to that demotion.
And let me ask you, did you believe you were going to win any popularity contests as a result of all these things you did on behalf of Officer Buchanan?
This was not something that I looked forward to going into, but I had to nonetheless.
Why do you say you had to?
On a personal level, this was a fight that needed to be fought. The discipline handed down for the reasons of what Pat Buchanan did was ridiculous. This was destructive. at the very least, to an officer who's been there a long time and whose intention was good.
Now, would you agree, or do you recall approximately when the arbitrator's decision came down in your favor, or Officer Buchanan's favor?
I believe it was that, I want to say maybe October, November of that year. Is it 16?
And so recall that the discussion about the sergeant's promotion with Chief Haig was the previous October of 14. What were there promotions in the interim during that time period?
I believe so.
So the position that you believed earlier that you stated Buchanan was best fit for, had that then been filled by the time the arbitrator made his decision?
Yes.
And what impact did that have on Officer Buchanan financially?
The difference between, top step patrolman and bottom step sergeant pay, whatever that happened to be contractually.
Would it affect perhaps retirement too?
Oh, absolutely.
How so?
Retirement, they calculate your retirement based on your best 3 years. So notwithstanding overtime or things of that nature, outside details, it doesn't count. But based on your salary items, your pay, we get a longevity bonus in a percentage format after we've been there for 10 years. It's a graduated thing. It goes up at 15 years, up again at 20. Those are considered because it's basically anything that you would have gotten in your paycheck, even if you're on vacation. So your educational incentive qualifies, which in Pat's case has a master's degree. And that is also a percentage of a salary. So what he gets paid for his master's degree at a patrolman's level is significantly less than what he would get paid if he was getting paid sergeant level salary.
Sir, so you said that the Buchanan's arbitration was October of 2015. Do I have that right?
I believe the results came down then.
At that time, did you, in your 17, 16 years with the force, did you have any discipline sustained against you?
No.
Did you have any performance criticisms levied or substantiated against you at that time?
Not that I can remember.
And did something happen to change that maybe 2 months later?
Yes.
And you heard me ask Chief Haig about this, the back and forth call about Mr. Johnson, right?
Correct.
You could probably explain it much better than the Chief and I could earlier. Could you describe the jury?
Sustained, please rephrase your question.
Could you tell the jury what happened?
In terms of what?
How did it all begin? What was the first thing you remember?
The first thing I remember is I was on vacation. I took a vacation to spend with my children. And so it was the week of Christmas, coming into Christmas. It's the first time I had taken that week in quite a while. I was looking forward to it. Our vacations start on Saturdays. So I believe Christmas happened to be maybe in the middle of the week, that week. So my first day of vacation, I get a call from the chief. And he said he had to meet me. He says, I can either come to your house or you can come in here. I said, I don't have any problem coming in. He says, you can bring a union rep. Never a good thing. So, nervous, I said, I'll meet you. So I drive into the station and I meet with the chief and deputy chief who hand me a series of documents advising me that I'm now on administrative leave, being investigated for a litany of charges, and I can't come into the station without an escort. This is, this could lead up to and including termination. I mean, the wording in this stuff is scary at the very least. And I had no idea what this was about. Zero idea what this was about.
How important was your career to you at that time?
It was everything. So I had gone through a really bad divorce. I lost everything in a divorce. And I had just moved into a house that I had built while fighting back from this divorce. And as a result of that, both of my children, for the first time in years, moved in with me. So I had a massive construction loan that I'm trying to pay for in order to keep this going. And now I didn't know if I had a job. So it looked like I was going backwards now into, I had to live in a mobile home. That's a bad thing, as my parents was actually nice. But I didn't know where I was going. I didn't know if I still had this home. I didn't know if I was going to be able to pay for this construction loan. It wasn't even done. I had a lot of work to do on this house. Just got my kids back, and now I had no idea what was happening.
When you were called in under those daunting conditions, did you have any idea why you were being treated in this manner?
Absolutely none.
What did you learn?
I learned that I had a series of charges and that I would be advised as to what's going on soon.
So what were you accused of?
I don't have them in front of me, but I was accused of obstruction of justice, intimidation of a witness, conduct unbecoming a police officer, interfering with investigations. I had no idea what any of this was related to.
And I'll just show you the document. I don't want to take up too much time, but when you received, could you look at 19, sir, in Exhibit 1? And do you see in that first paragraph, why don't you just read off what the accusations were against you?
First paragraph says, pursuant to departmental internal affairs policy, I must notify you that a complaint has been made in which you are named as possibly being involved. The complaint involves the alleged violations of departmental rules and regulations, including but not limited to 4.02 conduct unbecoming an officer, 4.05 association with known criminals, 4.12 interfering with course of justice, 4.15 abuse of position, 5.1 neglect of duty, and 7.5 dissemination of official information.
The date of that correspondence, sir?
December 19th, 2015.
And who sent this to you?
The chief.
What were you thinking when you read those charges?
I had no idea what was going on.
Did you ultimately learn what was the basis or the underlying events that resulted in these charges being levied against you?
I learned what they were, I guess, accusing me of, but to this day, I'm still beside myself as to how we got here.
Let's just explain, or let me ask you to please explain what it was, though. A lady called the station. Could you walk us through what you recall about that?
Yeah, so I was a day shift sergeant. On our shifts, at the beginning of our shifts, we conduct roll call, which basically I'd be like this in our roll call room and advising you of the calls that happened over the last 24 hours or so. It's whatever the sergeant chooses. So prior to the start of that roll call, I was approached and advised of a phone call that was received at the station. And it was a female purporting to be the wife of Shane Johnson. She was very upset with our department because he has warrants for his arrest and he's been purchasing and using drugs and we are doing nothing about it. So a discussion in roll call was had. And I said, okay, let's look for Shane Johnson. Now, understanding warrants aren't a real big deal to police officers after a while. I mean, most of the time it's the easiest arrest to make. Okay, I know they sound bad, they're really bad, but it could be a situation where someone just didn't pay their fines, so they have a warrant. Okay, the work that goes into a warrant arrest is very simple because the probable cause is already established. You make the arrest, you get them to court. Very easy process. So it's not significant to hear so-and-so has a warrant.
And can a person with a warrant out, could they resolve the warrant themselves?
It'd be easier if they did. Go to court.
And what does the court do for that?
The court generally they'll acknowledge that they showed up and they'll give them another date in most cases, unless it's obviously a violent crime. This was a case where the kid, he didn't pay $250 in fines.
So what did you do, if anything, in response to that information?
So we put it out at roll call. Some of the stuff in the midst of this investigation, I may or may not have gotten balled up. I was told this in roll call. That's 100% certainty. I did not take the original call. So a call came in. I don't know who took it. It was relayed to me that this person, purporting to be the wife of Shane Johnson's mad at us. I put it out to roll call. After roll call, I went looking for him. That's what we do. So I learned that Shane Johnson may be working for this person named David Kalinowski. Okay, and I know David Kalinowski had just bought property on what's called Conway Drive in Greenfield. It's down on the Mohawk Trail, along a river, buy a Dunkin' Donuts. It's very well known to us now.
And just to set the scene of who's involved, did you know Shane Johnson?
I did.
How did you know him?
Shane Johnson was one of my first arrests.
Okay, so and did you know, I can never get his last name correct, but
Kalinowski.
Mr. Kalinowski. Did you know that person?
I did.
And how did you know that person?
He's basically an indirect family member. Family members of mine have married Kalinowskis.
Okay, so I think you were just telling us about you went to the property?
I went to the property that I knew Dave Kalinowski had recently bought and was renovating. I saw nobody there. I drove up onto Main Street, which is commonly where I parked, and I called him and said, I heard that Shane Johnson is working for you. That's true. I said, is he working for you now? No. I said, well, he has business at court. Can you see that he gets up there? I said, I'm shorthanded today, and I'd like to think that he could probably save himself a lot of aggravation if he gets himself up to court. He says, yeah, I'll let him know. He goes, what's the deal? I go, I don't know. His wife called pissed at us that we're not dealing with some issues. And I said, okay. And he said, okay, I'll make sure I get him up there.
What happened next?
I get a phone call, they come over the radio and ask me to come into, it's called code 7, the station, because Shane Johnson's wife's on the phone.
What happened when you got to the station?
So I got to the station, I talked to her. In my office, I talked to her on the phone. She was demanding to know who called. I didn't know who called. I had no idea. I said I thought it was you that called.
Were you on the first call?
No.
So what did you do?
I had no idea. I said, I said, I was told you called. I didn't call. I would never call about my husband, she says. I said, makes sense. Okay. I said, well, I was told it was you who called. I have no way to differentiate whether it was or it wasn't. She says, well, I want to know who it was. I said, well, contrary to popular opinion, we don't have caller ID. We do now. At that point in time, we did not have caller ID. And I didn't know when the call came in. I don't know which line the call came in. I said to her, I said, I'll look into it, but I'm not making any promises for you. It's exactly what I said. I said, the chances are probably slim to none that I can figure this out. That's all I did. And she was happy with that. Okay.
And did you tell her, there was some testimony before from the chief on this topic, did you tell her, I'll tell you who called?
Never.
Have you ever made that sort of promise?
No.
Just a brief moment. The objection's overruled. You can explore this issue on cross-examination, okay?
I move to strike his comment about what the chief said.
I understand that. I overruled that objection, and you can explore that on cross-examination. Okay, please go on to your next question.
So did you make any such promise to the caller that you would identify the initial caller?
Absolutely not.
Have you ever done that before?
No. The promise I made to her was that I'd look into it. And I did. And it lasted about 3 seconds. When I asked dispatch if they'd be able to bring that up, they said no. I said, then it's over. I did nothing else.
Did you do anything else in this?
Nothing.
And so later on, were you interviewed by Chief Haig as to getting us back to when you received the letter at 19, with threatening you with all these, listing and charging all these crimes? Were you interviewed by the station?
Yeah.
And did you agree to be interviewed?
Of course.
And did you tell it like you just told it now?
Yes.
And what did they say to you, if you recall?
It was...
Your Honor, he asked he was interviewed by the station.
Sustained. Can you please rephrase your question with more particularity?
Absolutely, Your Honor, absolutely. Who interviewed you?
The chief and deputy chief.
And did you tell them what you told the jury?
I did.
And how did they respond?
The entire interview was... They were essentially treating me as if I'm just a flat-out liar. The entire time I'm a liar. You know, this person who called in here anonymously is to be 100% believed. But the person who's sitting before you, having been promoted many times, I'm a liar. The entire time I'm a liar. Maybe because I got a name wrong. Maybe it wasn't Haskins who told me. I don't know. Someone told me. I wouldn't have had the information had someone not told me. So the entire time I'm this big liar. You're a liar. You can't be believed. I'm like, I've worked here and done nothing but good things for years, but I'm a liar when you're interviewing me about this thing. I didn't lie at all. I told exactly what happened, and I still to this day don't see anything wrong with these things.
And was there anything that you've ever been able to discern that you could have gained by in any way changing your story at any time during this?
I gained nothing. No, this would have been a warrant arrest, and it's really probably one of the most insignificant arrests we can make in most cases. I gained nothing by Shane Johnson going to court. The only person who would have gained something was Shane Johnson, because he might not have spent the weekend in jail, which would have been the case had I arrested him.
Did it end after the interview, after you explained it like you just explained it to the jury?
Definitely, no. I mean, I was put on administrative leave. Still unbeknownst to me, what is this all about? I couldn't wrap my head around it. So I'm basically now, I'm not on vacation now. You're on admin leave. So I'm home, and my children know me very well. And into the second and third week, my daughter comes to me, asking me, "Why are you still home, Dad?"
Objects.
Overruled.
And I have to explain that I lied to her. And I'd never done that.
All right, just a brief moment. Please pose a question.
Okay.
Did it hurt? What impact did it have on you to
Destroyed
be on
me.
administrative leave?
It destroyed me. I couldn't explain it. I lied to my daughter about why I'm home for so. I've never taken that much time. I've been a 70 to 80 hour a week guy, and she started to sense, "What are you doing, Dad? Why are you home? Why are you growing a beard?"
Okay, just a brief moment. Please pose a question.
Was your perfect record and your integrity something very central to your identity?
Of course.
And did you know how long you'd be on administrative leave?
No.
So you got that letter on December 19th. Do you know the exact date you went on administrative leave?
It was that Saturday I met.
And sorry, I cut you off.
No, it's the Saturday they instantly gave me the paper saying you're not allowed in the station without an escort. Here's your paperwork, and you're now for further notice on administrative leave during this investigation.
At some point, did you learn that the office took another step and forwarded the case to the district attorney's office?
I did.
And what's your understanding of the district attorney's office's response to your employer?
They found no criminal activity on my part.
And then, as Mr. Creston pointed out yesterday, did they suggest that it could be handled internally within the department?
They did.
And so, did the department, when there was no finding of any criminal activity, did anybody reach out to you with that news?
No.
Was anybody calling you while you were on administrative leave?
No. I was touching base on a regular basis with Sergeant McCarthy, and I literally had to ask him the question: should I be looking for work?
Did anybody check in on you with regards to your welfare, how you were doing, or give you updates?
Never.
Overruled.
At a certain point, did they extend the administrative leave?
They did.
Do you remember when that happened?
So, well, prior to that, we did meet, and I was given the letter from the DA's office by the chief, and that letter stated that they are not going to pursue any criminal charges. That conversation with the chief was the reason. Prior to that conversation, the chief said the reason why you're on administrative leave is because of potential criminal charges. But yet they extended my administrative leave even after receiving the letter from the DA's office saying there will be no charges brought.
Could you flip to page 21, sir?
Tab 21.
Tab 21, Exhibit 1. And let's put that up on the screen so everyone can read it.
We'll just go another minute or two, then I need to address the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is this the letter that you just were referring to?
Yes.
And so that second paragraph, beginning with after, could you read that out loud, please, sir?
After reviewing all available evidence, as well as a number of criminal statutes that might possibly apply to this situation, I have determined that no viable criminal charges can or will be pursued in this case.
And then that next paragraph, is that the one that you understood me to be referring to earlier about the department's ability to handle it internally?
Yes, would you like me to read it?
That's fine.
Is there an objection?
Yes.
Sustained. Please rephrase your question.
What did you understand that next paragraph to mean?
The next paragraph indicated to me that in the event anything's going to be pursued, it would have to be done administratively by members of the agency, not the DA's office.
Okay, let's suspend there. Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, I want to speak to you for a brief moment. So, Lieutenant Judge, if you'd be so kind as to step down. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, we're going to go until 3:15 today. I'm about to send you on lunch, but I want to discuss some scheduling changes with you. When we impanel a jury, I rely upon counsel to give me their best estimate, their good faith estimate as to how long a trial will last. And in this particular case, counsel's best estimate was that the case would go to you for your deliberation at some point tomorrow, which is Friday, which is what I instructed you, and a schedule that you relied upon. And I greatly appreciate your having gone above and beyond to the extent that I've tried to get some additional time to move us forward on this case in the afternoons. Counsel have advised that they no longer anticipate that this case will go to you for your deliberations tomorrow. Instead, they believe that it will go to you for your deliberations on Tuesday. And so I wish to discuss with you the schedule, all right? Tomorrow, we are going to go just till 1. That is because I am jammed up with other cases in the afternoon that I could not move. On Monday and Tuesday, well, at least on Monday, I would like to go to 3:15 if that is possible with you. It seems to me that that is the hour, that is the outside limit for you. If you can go longer, that certainly would be most helpful. Our court day generally terminates around 4:15 or so, since the building closes at 4:30, but at bare minimum to go to 3:15. Counsel anticipate that the case will go to you for your deliberations at some point on Tuesday. Now, I had at least preliminarily instructed you that we go full days for deliberation. That is to say, we don't go half days, and our full day deliberations go until 4:15, thereabouts. And so Tuesday would go until about 4 o'clock or so, to the extent that you are deliberating, okay? I would hope and expect that the case will go to you by Tuesday afternoon. But if it doesn't, then it will go to you for your deliberation by Wednesday, okay? And so Wednesday would be a full day for your deliberations. Now, a jury's deliberations are not limited in time. This is where we run into the snag. And the snag is that there is no court on the 28th and 29th, Thursday and Friday. So if you commence deliberation either late on Tuesday of next week or on Wednesday, but do not wrap up your deliberations, then there would be no court on the 28th, there would be no court on the 29th, and we would all return here on May 2nd. Now, I respect that this probably comes to you as unwelcome news, okay, just to be candid. And I respect and I understand that. I'm going to ask you with the utmost sincerity to continue on with our schedule in this case. And as I indicated, schedules are set, and I rely upon counsel's representations in impounding a jury. Schedules are set, but things happen, and testimony may take longer than what counsel had initially anticipated. And so that is what we have. I am mindful that you have your personal lives. You may have other exigencies that are planned for the next week or so. Okay. As I've indicated earlier on in this case, if you wish to speak with me, then just let one of the court officers know, and we will bring you in here at sidebar. We will speak to you individually with counsel present to address any ongoing concerns that you may have. So, with that being said, I'm going to ship you off for lunch. We're going to return at 2 o'clock. I believe we're going to take a break and hear from a separate witness from 2 until 3:15. With the ongoing instruction not to discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves, nor to do any investigation or research or look at any media reports. I'll see you at 2. Once again, if you have any concerns that you wish to discuss with me, I'm happy to hear from you. Just let the court officer know.
Your court is back in session. Please be seated.
All right, thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As I've inquired before, So I will inquire once again, has anything come to your attention which has affected your abilities to remain fair, to remain impartial? Seeing and hearing no affirmative responses, I indicated earlier that we're going to take a brief suspension from Lieutenant Dodge's testimony. Sometimes we do that strictly for convenience purposes, and you're not to infer anything, either for or against any of the parties in this case by virtue of our taking a witness out of order. Okay? So, Attorney Ryan.
Your Honor, Mr. Martin?
All right, good afternoon. Mayor Martin, please step forward. We'll swear you in, sir.
You stand here, face the court, raise your right hand and sworn. Do you solemnly swear the evidence which you shall give to the court and jury in the matter now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or do you so affirm?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Watch your step as you get to the step.
Thank you.
Great, all right. Mayor, please make sure you speak directly into the microphone in a loud and clear voice, okay? And if
Yes.
counsel wishes maybe to tidy up the witness stand, it'll give Mayor Martin a little more room to maneuver.
I'll get it.
This one?
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much.
Could you please state your full name?
William Martin.
Okay. And you served as mayor of the town called the City of Greenfield. Is that correct?
Almost. The governor signed a proclamation in early 2017 to designate the town of Greenfield as the City of Greenfield.
Okay. Okay. And you were mayor, sir, for how long?
10.5 years.
So the dates of your term as mayor of the City of Greenfield?
July 1st, 2009 to January 4th, 2020.
And when you came in as July 1st, was that kind of an interim term, sir?
No,
Okay.
I was elected.
So the term
Elected
started
for
July
full
1?
term. Yes.
Okay. And when you left in January, that was the normal end of a term?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Any other elective office that you held?
In the past, I was elected to the Greenfield Housing Authority in the late 70s and early 80s, and elected to city councilor for my precinct for 2 terms.
In approximately those years?
2003 to 2009.
And just so we fill out the square, your prior work experience outside of elective office?
I was in real estate development and sales for about 20 years, 25 years, roughly from 72 to 88. And I was a nurse with the Veterans Administration in Leeds, psychiatric nurse serving veterans.
After 1988, Mr. Mayor?
1998 through 2001, I was a nurse with the VA.
Under your term, and this is a case having to do with the police department, so I'm going to focus more on the police department than anything else. Mm-hmm. Under your term as mayor, how many police chiefs served under you?
I believe 5.
Okay, and their names, Mr. Mayor?
When I was elected Chief Gilboa,
Mm-hmm.
There was a Chief Maxim, Chief Burge, Chief Marchese, and Chief Haig.
Okay, was it Maxim or Magnin?
Magnin. Thank you.
Tab 25. Chief, I'm going to put in front of you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 1. It's tab 25. Did I call you Chief? I apologize, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. You recognize this, Mr. Mayor, as a portion of the ordinances of the town of Greenfield?
No.
Okay, at the top of the page. Does it say Town of Greenfield Administrative Organization?
Yes.
Okay. Turning to page 3.
Page 3?
Yes. Section 611. The Public Safety Commission.
The pages aren't numbered, but
Down at the bottom, it should say 3 of 8. And excuse me, Mr. Mayor. At
Yes.
the bottom on the right, it should say 3 of 8.
okay, I have it.
Okay. And you see that's sets up the Public Safety Commission?
Yes.
Okay. And it's true that the Public Safety Commission consists of 5 members,
Yes.
all of whom are residents and registered voters of the town,
Yes.
and they're appointed by the mayor?
Yes.
Okay. Subsection 3, they have a 3-year staggered term.
Yes.
Turning over to the next page, under the subparagraph E, the commission shall review written complaints made by the public, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Concerning the operation of the fire department or the police department?
Yes.
And it empowers the commission, this is a public safety commission, to adopt such rules and regulations consistent with other law as it deems necessary to establish procedures to be followed in the filing of written complaints by the public, correct?
Yes.
Investigating complaints and holding hearings concerning complaints
Yes.
made to it regarding the operation of the police department and the conduct and officers of employees of each department, correct?
Yes.
And then the last line under sub E says, the commission shall apply the principle of progressive discipline except in those instances where more serious punishment is warranted, correct?
Yes.
I put in front of you, Mr. Mayor, what's been marked as exhibits 9 and 10.
Thank you.
If I could draw your attention, sir, to the larger document, which is exhibit 10, I believe. The civil service request form.
Yeah.
The front page is signed by you,
Yes.
and it's dated 2/26/2014.
Yes.
Okay. And it's requesting a certification from an existing departmental promotional eligible list, correct?
Yes.
If we turn to the third page in this document, this document is signed by you again, sir, as the appointing authority?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what do we mean when we say appointing authority?
We mean that according to state law, it is the mayor of the city appoints from the civil service list.
And so this document is a signed by you indicating that Stephen Westerling has been selected for promotion to sergeant.
Yes, that's true.
Okay, and the certification list on that civil service list was March 1, 2012, correct?
Yes.
And if we look at that same box, let's,
Can I just see the page?
yes. I'm moving on to the next page, I'm sorry. This would be 3 pages in. Thank you. Turning to page 4, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Okay, this again is signed by you?
Yes.
Okay, and it's dated February 26,
It is.
2014?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and it has to do with the promotion of Stephen Westerling?
It does.
Okay, and it states next to the appointee signature an appointment effective date, correct?
Yes.
2/28/2014?
Yes.
Yes. Chief, just if I can approach so we can speed it up.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor.
That's all right. I look like a chief.
I'm showing you a document that has well, at the top, it has a date of 3/1/2012.
Yes.
And on the document, it has the name of 3 police officers who at that time were members of the Greenfield Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. And the officers are David Rice, Stephen Westerling, and Kelson Ting, correct?
Yes.
And next to the names at the top, there's an eligibility expires date, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And for each of those officers, the eligibility expires date is what?
3/1/14.
3/1/14. And again, within this document, there's a letter dated February 28th, 2013.
Yes.
Okay, but then at the bottom, it has a sworn-in date and time, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so to the extent it says February 28th, 2013, that typed-in date, could we take that as a typo?
I can't answer that.
Okay, but it has a date and time that Officer Westerling was sworn in, correct?
Yes.
And the date and time on that sheet is what, sir?
2/28/14.
And what time of day?
3:05 p.m.
Okay. And so the list that Sergeant Westerling was promoted on was going to expire within the next several hours?
I think the sheet you had 3/1.
Yeah, so as of 3:05 p.m., you had less than 12 hours before that list expired, correct?
Yes. That is correct.
Okay. And if that list had expired, the advantage that he had gained through that test would have expired, correct?
Yes.
And this was brought to your attention by whom?
if I didn't have it on my calendar to act by this date, then it would have been brought to my attention by the HR director.
And it was your desire to promote Officer Westerling before his eligibility expired.
Yes,
Officer Westerling is white,
yes, he is.
and this was what, a short civil service list, Chief?
No, Mayor?
Excuse me.
That's okay.
Every time I call you Mayor, please accept my apology. Chief, please accept my apology.
Sure. Repeat that question again?
Stephen Westerling was promoted from what's known as a short civil service list?
Well, we had 3 names on it.
Okay. And what were the 3 names, sir?
Stephen Westerling, Kelson Ting, and David Rice.
Okay. David Rice had already been promoted, correct?
Yes,
Okay. So at that time, there were only 2 names for one position, correct?
yes.
Okay. So is that a short list, sir?
That would be called a short list.
Okay. And you promoted from the short list to benefit Mr. Westerling before his eligibility expired.
Yes.
In front of you, Chief, I believe is Exhibit 9.
Yes.
And is it your understanding that this document purports to be the order of a list that was in effect as of 2014?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And this document has an expiration date, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And the expiration date is 10/1/2017.
correct.
And you did not promote from this.
That's correct.
Okay. And the 2 candidates were Officer Buchanan and Sergeant Haskins.
Yes,
And you knew Officer Buchanan was African American.
yes,
And you knew the department needed a sergeant, correct?
yes,
Okay. And you knew that at that time it had in place a provisional sergeant who had been there for some time.
yes.
Okay. And James Road had been a provisional sergeant chief for a year or more as of
I'm not sure, but yes.
excuse me, Mr. Mayor. He had been a provisional sergeant for approximately a year or more?
I believe so.
And you had here a list that you could have promoted off.
Yes,
Okay. Now, with respect to the hiring of Chief Haig, you were the appointing authority?
yes, I was.
Okay. And that was not done pursuant to a competitive process, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Chief Haig is related or was related by marriage to Mr. Hawkins?
Yes,
And at the time, was Robbie Haig still a member of the Hawkins family?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Did he have a daughter with Mr. Hawkins's? Did he have a child with Mr. Hawkins's daughter?
I don't know.
Did Mr. Hawkins solicit you on taking Robbie Haig, or did you ask Mr. Hawkins?
Actually, I asked quite a few people, including Mr. Hawkins, who was the chair of the Public Safety Committee. I wanted to follow civil service because we were in that civil service for the police department. My choice is always the mayor's choice to appoint from a short list or not to appoint from a short list. The reason I appointed Officer Westerling was because he was the only veteran on that list. Civil service's primary purpose initially was to allow preference for veterans, so I did allow veteran preference during that first short list of 2 people. On the second short list of 2 people, I did not want to make an appointment from that list. There was no veteran, and there also was no no opportunity to retest everyone else who was in the department. So we went out to another civil service test list. I might add, if I may, during this time, I was trying to get out of civil service. So while we were in it, I had to follow all the guidelines, rules, and regulations of the state civil service.
And veterans under civil service get a preference, correct, Chief? Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. And the preference is that in addition to their test score, they get some additional points added.
Well, there's an interview process.
But no.
Yes.
Answer the question.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you and I take the test, and you are in fact a veteran, correct?
Yes.
And we both receive 80s, because you are a veteran, you're going to get whatever the veteran benefit is.
Yes.
Okay. Neither you or I know what that. How
I think it's 10 points.
Yeah. And so the veteran gets the benefit by taking the test, and by virtue of their service, they get some additional benefit.
Yes, they're entitled to that.
And so Officer Westerling had already received that benefit in that test that was taken back prior to the creation of that 2012 list, correct?
I would believe so.
Yeah. But promotions were made, Chief, in 2015, correct? Pursuant to civil service?
Yes.
So you, despite not promoting from the short list, there were civil service appointments made?
I believe so. Is it in this document you gave me?
No, but I'm asking of your memory.
Yes.
And the appointments, well, you didn't want to appoint off the list that included Officer Buchanan at the top and Officer Haskins. You didn't appoint off that.
I did not.
Okay. And in fact, the list that you did appoint off had as the top finisher James Road.
I don't recall.
What are we looking at?
This would be tab 17.
Thank you.
Exhibit 1. Yeah. Mr. Mayor, does this document refresh your memory as to who was appointed in October 2015? September 2015?
Yeah, September 29th, 2015, that one?
Yes.
Yes. Two appointees.
And the two appointees were James Road and Jason Haskins.
Yes.
And you were satisfied with this?
Yes.
You were pleased that this was a good civil service outcome?
It was the civil service outcome.
And the outcome was a replacement of Officer Buchanan for Officer Road as the top candidate.
I don't believe...
Just a brief moment. What is the basis of the objection?
The form.
Overruled. Okay. Please continue with your answer.
Sure. There's two appointees here. Were there three eligible?
With respect to the list that I gave you that's at Exhibit 9, there were two names on that list.
Two on that list, so they were both appointed.
Okay. But no, on Exhibit 9, the two names were Buchanan and Haskins.
Yes.
Okay. And on the tab 17, the two names are Road and Haskins.
Yes.
Okay. And you were pleased with this result where you had Road topping the ticket, as we say?
I didn't have much emotion with civil service, so what was there was I had to make an appointment.
Okay. As appointing authority, you didn't have to take the top two, correct?
As appointing authority, I could choose 0 or all of them.
Okay. Or you could have taken the third or fourth place candidate, correct?
I'm not certain of that.
Okay. As appointing authority, you can skip people, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you didn't have to take Road and Haskins, correct?
If I skipped anyone, then I would be obligated to provide a letter to that effect.
Yeah. But you didn't have to take them, correct?
I didn't have to take the 2 that were
That
eligible.
finished at the top.
We had to take 2 at the top.
You could have taken the third or fourth ranked candidate, you would have just had to explain, correct?
I think on this one there were only 2 candidates.
Chief, turn to tab 15. It's in front of you. Oh, I apologize, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, that's all right.
You know I have a great fondness for mayors.
Yes, you do. Yes, 15, police sergeant promotional candidate for 9/17/15.
Yeah, so this list is this list includes both Officer Road and Officer Haskins, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and it gives you 6 officers who were available for promotion. And it ranked them, correct? If we look at the column on the left that says overall.
Yes.
Okay. And is it your understanding that Officer West, who's labeled as TBD, was deployed with the United States military at the time of these appointments?
Yes.
Okay. And so Officer West didn't get any military benefit in connection with these appointments?
Right, he was unavailable.
Okay. And you and the town made the decision not to delay this process so that Officer West could return from deployment to fully participate in this process, correct?
Yeah, my understanding was that he was on a detail in another country. There was no definite date of return.
But you, as the appointing authority, made the choice not to delay this process.
Yes, I didn't think it was in the best welfare of the community.
Now, with respect, turning back to tab 17, with the 2 officers who were promoted, there was a recommendation made to you by the chief as well as the Public Safety Committee?
There might have been a cover letter that went with the recommendation of the Public Safety Committee.
Okay, did the chief ever tell you he didn't want you to promote these 2 individuals?
No, he never gave me any instructions.
And had you ever worked closely with either Officer Road, Officer Haskins, or Officer Buchanan?
I don't recall any interactions with Officer Road or Haskins. This may or may not. One incident, I was helping Officer Buchanan due to a DPW error in his driveway at home. I don't know if it was before this or after that.
Okay, and that had to do with a flooding in his basement?
Exactly.
Now, there was in the normal scheme of things, Mr. Mayor, how involved were you with internal affairs discipline within the department?
Internal affairs. I wasn't usually involved in any of the internal affairs activities. I would occasionally get a report through public safety on the result. I think IA, internal affairs, work closer to the public safety group than with me.
And would it be safe to say that you primarily got involved when there was an appeal to you?
If there was an grievance from the union or an appeal, I would be involved.
Okay. So if there was a grievance from the union or an appeal of discipline, it would come up to you?
Well, through HR or Human Resources and then to me.
And do you recall conducting a hearing with respect to an appeal brought by Pat Buchanan?
Excuse me, yes.
Okay. And Chief, it's Mr. Mayor, excuse me, it's tab 12 of the file in front of you. You familiar with that document?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And so on page 1, it indicates that the second step grievance was filed on 1/30/15.
Yes.
It was heard on 2/12/15.
Yes.
And your decision is dated 2/24/2015, correct?
Yes.
And in this hearing, what do you recall as to what was presented to you?
The discussion was centered around Officer Buchanan receiving or first giving instructions to a teenager who he had stopped and given a warning to. And with the hearing, Officer Buchanan explained his situation and why he did what he did. And I guess Sergeant Dodge, or Officer Dodge, Officer Buchanan, Dennis Helmus, the HR, and myself were there.
Okay. Was the chief at that hearing, to the best of your memory?
I think he might have been also, yes.
And were you operating under the provision that progressive discipline is to be employed?
Yes, that was kind of a benchmark for the city of Greenfield.
There's been representation by Chief Hay that you wanted to terminate Officer Buchanan upon hearing this.
Yes.
Okay. And is that in fact true?
I did. I had called the police department dysfunctional unit within the city prior to that, and I was also, as a new mayor during these first term, going through every single department to determine better efficiencies and fairness and having everyone being treated equal. When I finally got to the police department and fire department and school committee, actually the school department, I never really completed the school department. The police department resulted in a number of chiefs over a short period of time. There was a number of issues I had heard from constituents, officers, other people around the community familiar with Greenfield, and so yes, I was determined not to have the culture of the police department continue as it had.
Okay. By 2015, you were on the second half of your tenure as mayor, correct?
Yes.
Okay. This was not a first-term issue, correct, Mr. Mayor?
I never got to the police department in the first term.
Okay. But in the beginning of your answer, you said it was a first-term issue. This is year 6 of your tenure?
All right. So the first term issue was to go into each department and investigate for efficiencies and fairness.
Is it a 2 or 3 year term up there?
During this period, it was a 3-year term, and at the end of my second term, the city council changed it to 4 years, and then that's how we ended up with 10.5 years. They gave all elected officials 6 months to coordinate with the January changes and the November elections.
And it's your position you wanted to terminate Officer Buchanan?
Yes.
Okay. And again, on what violation did you see that would justify a termination of employment?
Basically, receiving a gratuity for doing a job, stopping while training an individual, stopping and giving a warning, eliciting direct orders to a young person to take care of his mother, and instructing that person to show up with receipts to the station, confirming that the instructions given by Officer Buchanan was acted on. From the internal affairs investigation, a number of those issues were addressed, and I did not believe that the police officer should be in law enforcement and act as a judge and jury on the street. And I also believe that the police officer should be the best training model for new police officers coming into the department and that culture.
And the gratuity, that gift card was never used, correct, Chief?
Yes.
Mayor, excuse me. That gift card was never used, correct?
That is true.
Okay. And so while the gratuity was sent to him in an envelope, he did, in the course of the investigation, turn it back in. Correct?
Well, that is correct.
Yes, that's correct. And the department went to Stop and Shop and determined that that gift card had never been used. Correct, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. So the gift card came to him. Do you have evidence that it was solicited? Give me the $10 gift card.
From internal affairs, yes.
Okay. So it's your understanding of internal affairs that he solicited a gift card?
No, that he accepted a gift card.
Okay. Well, he opened a letter, sir, that was in his mailbox, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if you, at the time he opened that letter, did he know, is it your statement that he knew there was a gift card in that envelope?
No, my statement is that he should know the policies of the police department, and upon receiving any such type of gift, it should be turned over to the chief.
Is there a rule, Chief, that says it has to be returned in 10 or 15 minutes, has to be returned promptly?
Well, the internal affairs indicated that Officer Dodge was the commander at the time, and it should have been turned over to him immediately.
It should have been turned over to him or returned to the sender?
I believe the policy calls for turning it in.
Or to return to sender?
I don't believe that's part of the policy.
Now, in your decision at the bottom of the second page at the bottom, you write, I'm disappointed in light of these days of magnified oversight of law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So one of your concerns was the magnified oversight of law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Because you knew that people were looking at law enforcement and they wanted kind of a gotcha moment.
I don't know what people were thinking about gotcha moments.
But you didn't want your department to be subject to a gotcha moment, correct?
The national media was pretty omnipresent during the time of law enforcement at that period. And the fact that we were involved in some unreasonable activities within the department could be detrimental to the community, the department, and continued concern by the community itself.
And you state further, Officer Buchanan failed to see or understand the nature of overstepping and exceeding authority, correct?
Yes.
As an element of progressive discipline, Mr. Mayor, would you agree that incidents should be treated similarly? You know, if it's a minor incident, it's treated at a minor level. If it's a more serious incident, it's treated more seriously. And if it's a very serious incident, it's treated even more seriously, correct?
Yes, that's also coupled with the number of incidents that occur.
Okay. Exhibit 2, Chief.
Oh, exhibit.
I'll take that first there. I'll take those other exhibits just now.
There you go.
Mr. Mayor, did the chief ever inform you of this incident involving Detective Clark?
No.
Okay. And you understand, you've read this incident before?
I don't recall reading it.
Okay. This is an incident, the report's dated 12/16/2016.
Object.
Sidebar.
All right. Well, he's just testified that he doesn't recall reading it. So I'm not sure where any questions are going to go until he reads it.
Okay.
Okay. Is that your objection?
And also, Your Honor, we've been through this. He intends to tell the mayor had he seen it. Your Honor, we're going to go to trial until July. He's been through this.
I entertain objections as the questions arise.
Yes, sir.
So we'll wait until the question gets there, and
There will be objections.
Yeah.
If you're going to pose questions of the mayor, please give him an opportunity to review exhibit number 2 first.
Okay. Do you need a moment, Mr. Mayor?
Sure, just a moment. I'm on page 3.
July of 2024? Okay, yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
At this point, my mother will be 100.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I get the gist.
Do you recognize that in this document there's credible allegations that a detective was in the courthouse having driven a cruiser, and this was when the courthouse was on the other side of 91, cruiser from the station to the courthouse, and there were credible allegations that he was under the influence of alcohol.
I object.
Sustained as to the form of the question. Direct examination. Please rephrase your question.
Are you aware that this document shows or reports Detective Clark having been at the courthouse, having driven a cruiser to the courthouse, and he was under the influence of alcohol?
Same objection.
Sustained both as to the form of the question and your characterization of are you aware that. So please rephrase your question.
Chief, this report has to do with a investigation of Detective Clark, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it has to do with an investigation of Detective Clark being under the influence of alcohol.
Objection.
Overruled.
It appears so.
Under the influence of alcohol while on duty.
Yes.
And having driven a department-issued police cruiser.
Yes.
Is it consistent with your treatment and statement that you wanted to fire Officer Buchanan, that no discipline was imposed upon Officer Clark?
Sustained. You'll need to lay a foundation as to the mayor's knowledge that no discipline was imposed.
Chief, are you aware that any discipline was imposed?
No.
And that means you know that no discipline was imposed.
No. You asked me if I was aware, and I said no.
If we turn to the last page in this exhibit. This is a letter from Chief Haig
Yes.
to Detective Clark.
Yes.
Is there anything in here that indicates he's being subject to discipline? That he's being suspended, he's being terminated?
It appears that the letter, along with other information, was placed in his personnel file, which will stay in an indefinite period. And he was referred to substance abuse treatment through our city program.
Okay. But there was no actual suspension, correct, Chief, imposed?
No.
Or Mr. Mayor?
Well, I don't really know that, but
You don't see any...
I didn't offer any discipline for that matter that I was unaware of.
Okay. You don't see any evidence, Mr. Mayor, that there was discipline imposed via this letter?
It's been my experience that most employees of the city prefer to have a clean folder, employee folder, so that they don't run into obstacles when promotions come up and when other issues might benefit them personally.
Okay. But, Mr. Mayor, the question was, do you see any evidence that actual discipline was imposed upon Officer Clark?
So maybe we'd have a different definition for discipline. So the discipline I perceive is that this letter was placed in his personnel folder.
Okay. And in your mind, is a letter in the personnel folder adequate discipline for somebody who has driven one of your cruisers and reported to work under the influence of alcohol?
I would say, in my opinion, at that time, if I might try to go back and think about it, the incident would be more serious, and there would be an opportunity for some type of treatment first and suspension later if there was no improvement.
But you agree there was no discipline imposed, as opposed to, there was no discipline imposed on Officer Clark, correct?
I believe there was.
This is sustained. The question's been asked and answered.
As of December 16, you had another 2 years and a month or so to serve as in your term?
As of December 16th,
2016?
I had 3 years and change.
Okay, so you left office in January 2020.
Yes.
And at no time was this brought to you in your capacity as mayor, with the exception of this lawsuit. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. And so the only way you learned of this incident involving Detective Clark was through this lawsuit.
I believe that's true.
Okay. And the first time you learned of it, Mr. Mayor, was at a deposition in my office several years ago. Is that a fair statement?
7.5 years ago.
No, it was in 2018, Mr. Mayor.
What was it?
We may feel like we made 7.5 years.
But it feels like it's been a year.
But it's fair that the first time you learned of it was in the deposition.
I object.
Approach, please.
No, I'll withdraw the question.
All right. I would remind counsel that the jury will be suspending for the day at 3:15, so we have 15 more minutes, okay?
Your Honor, in the interest of time, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination. Oh, I apologize. I do apologize. Attorney McDonough.
Mr. Mayor, good afternoon. My name is Michael McDonough. I represent Todd.
Oh. Hello.
Progressive discipline. One of the elements of that would be that you start low and you move up to more severe punishments as new events arise.
Yes.
Do you that, sir?
I would.
And when you disciplined Mr. Buchanan and said you wanted to fire him, in fact, were you aware of any prior substantiated disciplinary events?
Overruled.
I don't recall, but I thought the incident was very serious.
I understand you testified that, but
Okay.
the question was, do you recall a single prior substantiated disciplinary event?
No.
And you recall you received a letter appealing the chief's decision from my client, Mr. Dodge. Do you recall that, sir?
I believe so.
If you just flip to tab 11 within binder number 1, sir.
I don't have a book.
Okay. Well, you accept my representation that Mr. Dodge sent you the letter?
Object.
Overruled. You can answer. Why don't you put it in front of him, please?
What year?
Just a brief moment.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm rushing, so I wanted to show you the document.
I know. Thanks.
Let me know when you have moments to just familiarize yourself with that document.
I don't have a date on here.
Top left corner.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so this is April 2018. The letter is to an appeal, the appointing authority.
Sir, are we on tab 11 right now?
Yes.
Can you look at the second page, sir?
Oh, second page.
And the date is on the top left corner, sir.
Why don't you show him where the date is? I believe it's looking at the
It's up in the top right corner.
left. Counsel.
Allow me, sir. I'm sorry. I'm just throwing it out. It's, do you see that, sir?
Yes, notice of January 30th, notice of appeal.
So, sir, do you agree that Mr. Dodge sent you this writing objecting to the discipline?
Yes, I agree.
And do you remember the actual hearing where Mr. Buchanan was opposing the discipline?
I believe so.
Do you remember Mr. Dodge was there as
Yes.
representative? And do you remember he participated in the hearing?
I think both officers did, primarily Officer Dodge.
And then, do you remember that after affirming the decision of the chief, the 5-day suspension, that it went on to arbitration?
Yes.
Do you remember that the arbitrator struck the suspension altogether?
I thought he took, the arbitrator took 2 days off the 5-day.
Is that your recollection, sir?
Yes.
Would you accept my representation that he struck the entire thing?
Yes.
The objection is sustained. Why don't you put it in front of him?
One moment, sir. Tab 13, sir. If you could flip to the final page of tab 13. And do you see that final paragraph there, sir, with respect to the conclusion and award?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what the arbitrator did, sir?
No. But I can read it if you like.
Do you agree that the arbitrator struck the suspension?
Yes, 3-day suspension.
Struck to 0 and back pay for all the time, right?
Right.
Okay. And then, do you recall, prior to that, sir, again, we're in October of 2015.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember ever a disciplinary issue with respect to my client, Mr. Dodge, coming before you?
It's possible. I don't recall. I'll defer to your records.
Do you remember that something came up a few months later with respect to Mr. Dodge?
The witness has said he doesn't recall.
Yeah.
Sustained. Why don't you put something in front of him, please?
Yeah. What tab is it on?
One moment, Mr. Mayor. Tab 23, sir.
Yes.
Now, so this was a few months after Mr. Buchanan's hearing,
Yes.
and then there was a disciplinary action instituted by Chief Hague against my client, Mr. Dodge.
Yes.
And you recall that he also objected and asked for a hearing before you.
Yes.
And he had a hearing, and you affirmed Chief Hague's. This time it was a 5-day suspension.
Yes.
And that also went to an external arbitrator. You recall that, sir?
Yes.
Now, when you instituted the 5 days suspension, there was some testimony earlier that you actually wanted to fire my client, too.
Yes.
Is that what you recall your intention was?
Yes, it is.
You decided not to do so?
Yes.
And instead, you agreed with the chief's imposition of the maximum 5-day unpaid suspension, correct, sir?
It was the chief that convinced me that it should be a 5-day suspension and not termination.
Okay. And that would be the maximum amount, correct, sir?
Allowed under civil service.
Right. And then that matter also went to an external independent arbitrator.
Yes.
And do you recall, would you agree with me, that that arbitrator also struck the entire suspension?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could flip to tab 24, sir, the final page of it. Excuse me, I misspoke. Page 14, the second to last page of it, sir.
14?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
You see the 5th paragraph on page 14, sir?
Fifth paragraph.
It begins with "it is relevant."
Okay, we're on page 14, but not tab 14?
We're in tab 24, sir.
Yes.
The 7th paragraph there, sir, do you agree that it says that the grievant, Mr. Dodge, is an excellent long-term officer with no prior discipline who inappropriately shared information? Do you see that there, sir?
Yes.
And you recall Mr. Ryan discussing with you that Greenfield, of course, embraces progressive discipline?
Yes.
Yet you determined that his offense was so serious that he should be terminated, but then you were talked into a 5-day suspension?
Yes.
And then on the final page, sir, do you see page 15, the arbitrator found that lost time penalties in the first instance must be supported by particularly serious charges, which are lacking in this case, which essentially involved a single unintentional slip of the tongue. Did you see where the arbitrator held that, sir? The second full or the first
Then
full
page
paragraph?
15 of tab 24,
Yes, sir.
the conclusion paragraph?
No, the one beginning lost time.
Okay.
Did you see that, sir? Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And then, sir, did you see in the very final paragraph that the arbitrator, if I may, sir, determined that the punishment was both excessive and unjustified? Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And again, when you impose the 5-day unpaid suspension on Mr. Dodge, were you aware that he had no prior substantiated misconduct against him?
I was.
Okay. Were you aware that he was a 17 or 18-year veteran of the force who had consistently led the force in productivity?
I was.
And were you aware, sir, that he had even been put in positions of high leadership above his time and grade before?
Yes.
But you opted not to engage in progressive discipline for him. Your initial inclination was to just fire him, right?
The incident was so egregious and there was potential for death. I thought it was very serious.
Are you aware, sir, of a time when another sergeant in the department threatened to kill a person named Max Hamill? Sergeant McCarthy did that. Were you ever aware of that incident,
No.
sir? Mr. Chief Haig never brought that to your attention?
No.
Threatened to kill a citizen of Greenfield? You never were made aware of that?
No.
Were you aware, sir, that the courthouse under the influence event was not the first time?
I object.
Overruled.
Was not the first time that Chief Haig had learned that Officer Clark had been under the influence on the job? Were you aware of that, sir?
No.
Were you aware that Detective Brooks had reported it in writing before that, sir?
No.
Were you aware that Chief Haig himself went to the courthouse and testified earlier under oath that he determined that Clark was in fact he believed that Clark was under the influence of alcohol?
I did not know that.
Did you know that Chief Haig even went to Detective Clark's car at the station, which was parked crooked off the lines, and removed a bottle of vodka out of it, sir? Did you know that?
No.
Would that maybe have impacted some of your decision making in some of these cases if you had known that was going on?
Sir, I would consider each case individually. Different people are different people. And self-destruction is something that we have to work on within the treatment program. And corruption is something else.
When a police chief removes evidence of a potential crime from a vehicle and doesn't include that in the report, would you deem that as potential corruption?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
When you say, sir, that each case must be viewed on its own,
Yes.
isn't it also true that the punishments should be similar across the board regardless of whether the officer is white or black?
Definitely.
And in this case, sir, you were never made aware of the death threat, of the multiple accusations of drunk on duty with a weapon. You were never made aware of those accusations. No. And none of those came to your level, correct?
Yes, correct.
And that would have been under Chief Haig's purview, correct? Whether to report to you or not.
Well, it depends when the incident happened. If he was here and I was there, then certainly it would be under his chiefdom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome.
Cross-examination.
Okay, I'm going to break at 3:15. I won't be fine.
We are going to break at 3:15. I'm going to respect that. So, but you can start.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
how's retirement?
That's struck from the record, please.
Mr. Mayor. You served our country?
Yes.
Please tell His Honor and the jury about your service.
Excuse me?
Please tell His Honor and the jury about your service.
I served in the U.S. Army 1966 to 1968. Served as a combat medic with the 1st Cav Division and came back home.
Did you serve in Vietnam?
I did. Served in Vietnam my duty stations were Fort Benning, Georgia, Sam Houston, in Houston, Texas, Fort Sam Houston, Vietnam with the 1st Cav, and I Corps, 2 Corps, and Valley Forge General Hospital as a medic in an amputee hospital.
The 1st Cav was a helicopter unit.
Yes,
Did you see combat?
yes,
Since that time, you spent a lot of time working with fellow veterans.
I have.
And you've worked as a psychiatric nurse,
Yes,
and you've worked with people with drug and alcohol addiction problems.
primarily.
If a police officer has an alcohol problem and you're the mayor, what would you do?
Well, Dennis Elmas is the Human Resource Director, and we had very early on set up a program of not self-help, but help within the city that's confidential and would allow people with substance issue problems to work through HR, and we would provide them care programs and so on at no cost.
With then Detective Clark, he's now. Did you promote Detective Clark? At some point.
I don't believe so. I think he was a detective when I came there.
And, Mr. Mayor, you had a chance to read those reports. What Chief Haig did is he told Clark he either gets help and gets sober or he's going to be fired. Would you support that?
Yes.
You know about it?
Oh, yes.
And
We've had the same experience with other employees within the city, and not with the chief, but in other departments.
And you were aware that Clark got sober and became a stellar employee?
No,
Would you consider that a success story?
I would.
Now, why don't you tell His Honor the jury about the term midnight posse? Have you heard that term?
Yes.
What was the midnight posse?
The Midnight Posse was the night shift of the Greenfield Police Department.
Back in the 2000s.
Back in the 2000s.
And who was the midnight posse? Who were the people that belonged to the midnight posse?
There was Officer Bobet, Officer Buchanan, and Officer Ting.
And as you understood, was the midnight posse targeting you or your relatives?
It was targeting, I had heard from different sources, targeting...
Sustained. Please pose another question.
How did you know about the midnight posse?
people told me.
Overruled.
Citizens told me...
Just a brief moment. Please wait till there's a question.
Citizens told me that...
Please wait till there's a
Let's ask
question.
you a question.
And this will be the last question, then we're going to suspend, okay?
What did the citizens tell you about the midnight posse?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Okay, let's suspend now. All right. Very well, ladies and gentlemen, with the ongoing instruction not to discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves, nor to do any investigation or research or look at any media reports. I'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. We go until 1. Thanks again. Have a great afternoon. Okay, you can sit down there. Thank you very much. All right, Harris, are you going to queue up the...
Well, we've got problems. The attorney for the plaintiff says there's a Zoom outage by him.
Okay,
So he's wondering
you can step down,
if it
sir.
can be done by teleconference. So I need to get these exhibits.
Okay.
I need to set up-
Why don't I talk to you? Okay, counsel, thank you very much. I'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow 9 o'clock in the morning.
Thank you.
Yep.
I need to try to set up the teleconference.
Do you want, we can hear just a second.
Your Honor, we have a very brief sidebar. I apologize.
Yes, but first I need to deal with an issue regarding my 315 hearing.
It's not going to be this. It's not going to be this. But let me see if I can.
Okay.
Set up.
All
It's
right,
a new
great.
phone system, so I don't know.
Okay, all right, counsel?
Guess we don't need a sidebar. We don't want to show your question.
Right.
Your Honor, I just ask the counsel refrain from making comments while I'm questioning witnesses. The comment made there was when I talked about a document, you won't show it up on the screen.
And it's, when I'm asking a witness questions, I shouldn't be hearing this in the background.
Hearing what?
He won't put it up on the screen about me because I'm just moving quickly through the documents. He said that to the jury.
Okay,
I did not.
Okay, let me just say this. I did not hear that. Let me say something else. I'm much more formal than perhaps your average judge, and I take casual comments, while they may be made in good faith, seriously because they impart certain communication to the jury. So there are to be no casual comments in general. Okay,